shocking. You haven't seen Delta.
Yours. Check out the iQOO 12, ladies and gentlemen, and it is an amazing device, of course, the biggest esports tournament in the country. The players are going to be playing on the amazing iQOO device.
Explosive beginnings, but come with round number 2 and round number 3, we finally could figure out a lot of problems going on inside this roster. But it is night time that they fix these things up. Otherwise, they are going to be out of this tournament. Who knows?
While MOGO Esports, a team like MOGO Esports, as you mentioned, yes, the addition of S-Power was there. We saw a little bit of a boost in the firepower, but now I think a few issues within the team are visible. What about a team like Carpediem? What are your thoughts on them? Because Carpediem, it felt like when they stuck to their simple strategy of just running into fights and securing points, they were doing quite well. As soon as the semi-finals roll around, we see a few changes in their playstyle, and it's not working out too well for them. So Carpediem, I want to know your thoughts, because this was another big name that was stacked with a lot of teams, a lot of big players within this team, and of course the expectations were there due to that. But we do have the casters' prediction. Let's see what everyone has gone for. So Necro expects Hero Xtreme Godlike to do well. You and I fixers are on the same page. We expect MOGO Esports to bounce back. Salty has gone for Carpediem, and over on the Hindi desk, Anki the bot, he's gone for WindGod. Maisie going for Team Bliss. I'm worried about Team Bliss today. Sparrow going for Team Limra, and Ocean going for Newman Forever.
So most of them are playing safe over there, barring Maisie. But I think the idea that you and I both have gone for MOGO Esports is that we have that unwavering faith on Destro. We believe that he is going to conjure something special for his team. Because when it comes down to handling pressure, we have seen that MOGO Esports, there have been many tournaments. I can give you many examples where MOGO Esports were just on the cusp of getting eliminated. Still, in those final moments, they somehow managed to keep things tight. Because one of the latest examples has to be in round number 3, where they literally qualified on that 44th position. So, in fact, on the 24th position. So, that is where I think for MOGO Esports, that faith is there. I really hope they do not make those mistakes this time.
They've done it again and again. It wasn't just round 3 to round semi-finals qualification. You remember their round 3 qualification matches? Like, it was on the last day this team somehow managed to qualify, right? But MOGO Esports, they've been trying to deal with their struggles, and they have successfully done it so far. But the semi-finals, we know, we are seeing the matches. It's not easy. But let's have a look at the matchup for the first game of the day. The map is going to be Wrangle. We have Group B in front of us right now. And from this particular group, as we mentioned, one of the best performing teams right now proves to be Reckoning Esports, followed by Ignite Gaming. Let's talk about Ignite Gaming fixes. I'm dying to talk about Ignite Gaming. This is a new team, a new set of faces we saw in front of us. Well, we haven't seen the faces yet. If they make it to the LAN finale, that is when we get to see the faces. But they have been absolutely incredible. There was a time in round 2 where there was a drop in performance, a dip in performance from the side of Ignite Gaming. But the bounce back from round 2 to round 3 till the semifinals, it has been absolutely incredible.
And this is one of those teams that has, throughout the tournament, I feel like every single day, they have been getting those good average points.
Yeah.
Even if they mess up in one game, in the others, they somehow tend to recover. And individually speaking also, they've got players like Aizen. We've seen when it matters the most, he tends to bring up those clutchy plays and impresses everybody. We're all on our edge of the seats. And that is where I think Ignite Gaming have really thrived.
All right, but while Ignite Gaming is a new team, I want to know your quick thoughts on Xpark. Because, I mean, hailing champions of the BGIS 2024, a lot of expectations, but the performance has been extremely shaky, right? And of course, with a lot of big drop locations quite empty inside of the map of Erangel right now, there's a big opportunity for Xpark to strike. But will they? Let's find out as game number 1 begins. And here we have it, ladies and gentlemen, the map of Erangel in front of us. It's game number 1 of day 2 semi-finals of the iQOO Bmps 2024. It is going to be an exciting match for sure, but
Team Xpark did manage to qualify eventually, and even yesterday, if you remember, in the game that they got the chicken dinner, he had around 6 finishes. SprayGod, he's been having the tournament of his life, currently contending for that iQOO MVP as well, along with Admino. So I think for all the players of Team Xpark, a little bit of more consolidation is needed, a little bit of more stability, and I feel like they are good to go.
Well, let's see though how this game is going to turn out for them. As we mentioned, a lot of big drop locations are available to them. One of their preferred ones is Yasna Poliana, and that is one of the struggles we saw them deal with at the early stages of the tournament. Yasna was quite cluttered up, but now, hey, there's no one there. It's all theirs. No one there to challenge them. No one there to cause any early trouble for them. But talk about early trouble, and it seems like Team Bliss, they find themselves up against the players of Ignite Gaming, or at least it's just AJ who spotted out the players of Ignite Gaming in the distance. I believe just 150, 200 meters away. Yeah, he should be able to get to safety away, and not a lot of to scoff about as Sam comes for the pickup, and they do attain the safer position.
For Team Bliss, today is going to be a very important day in the office.
Yes.
We've seen they do not have a lot of those points, but we know this is one of those teams that has also changed their drop location. If you remember in the past rounds, they used to head over towards that Lipovka area, but this time changing things around and still being stubborn about it. Really would want to know, because when you drop down in on Rozok or around school apartments, the idea is the rotation path gets slightly easier. And for Team Bliss to somehow execute that, to somehow figure out what is that right timing, that golden window, that is going to be of the utmost importance.
Well, let's see though how this game turns out for Team Bliss. As you mentioned, it is an important day at work for them. Unfortunately, spotted out by a team like Ignite Gaming in the early stages. It's never going to be easy. You can expect them to charge towards you at any given time. But here are the boys from Xpark. And quite an interesting move fixes from Xpark right now. We see them, or at least we saw them in Yasna a few moments ago. They've picked up those vehicles, some basic loot, and have already rolled out, looking for a fight against the players of Ignite Gaming. And this time it is going to be Xpark striking the first blow. 2 players already knocked and finished. SprayGod was traded out, but it should be an easy recovery for Xpark. An incredible way to kick off their day.
And this is a good decision that they've made right now. You have one of your teammates on your knees, pick him up, use that buggy and take him to covers first. Because when you noticed, you could also see in the far fray, the remainder of the two players of Ignite Gaming were also present. So for Team Xpark, I think the mindset is pretty much still there. They do not care about the position points. All they want to do is go out on the hunt, just play around the center, try to cut off other teams' rotations. Because even for Ignite Gaming, yesterday we noticed it was the final game of Wrangle, and it was Orangutan. And in fact, Atanki was that player who took down two of their players right from the very get-go. But despite that, Ignite Gaming somehow still managed to pull through, got a couple of those position points. Let's see how they perform today.
Yeah, well, Ignite Gaming is actually quite incredible, as you mentioned. I mean, even with the player deficit, they know how to deal with the struggles and just play for survival. A very in-the-moment adaptive play style. Just focusing on the fundamentals of the game, if you will. On the other side, Xpark. Now, this early fight, this is the easy thing for Xpark to execute. Go in early, charge towards players, and secure those frags. But, hey, RTGxIND, Arib, it seems like he's going to be in trouble, surrounded by the players of Hero Xtreme. Godlike, there is nowhere to run, buddy. Where are you going? Jonathan needing the charge. Simp, he has the info. Arib with the TBS finds the first knock, but it's going to be difficult to actually pull anything from here after this one. Gets knocked out with a nade, and there's the inevitable happening. Arib getting knocked and finished. Punk finds the frag for his team. Actually secures the frag. It's Jonathan who gets the finish.
Hero Xtreme Godlike have done quite a good homework over there. They realized that RTGxIND, they've been pushed back because earlier we could see RTGxIND dropping down at Yasnaya. And considering you've got the likes of Xpark, you've got the likes of Godstrain dropping down over here, they decided to settle at the northern shorelines. And as a result of which, Hero Xtreme Godlike, they've been on the hunt. Yesterday we saw them struggling while they were trying out something new. That did not work out. So they went back to their old ways. And now chasing down squads, and now maybe they might want to head over towards Severny, get their loot done, and then enter inside the circle.
It's not going to be easy, though, considering Xpark is back in Yasnaya Poliana. RTGxIND, the entry is going to be blocked for the side of Hero Xtreme Godlike. Considering their position in the overall leaderboard is also not that great, they might want to actually secure this first game, make sure they try and finish in the top 3 with at least 5 or 6 eliminations on the board. But Hyderabad Hydras on our screens right now, a team that has been consistent throughout their journey. And even in terms of how their rounds have usually gone, the first days never belong to Hyderabad Hydras. It's always been a struggling start to an epic finish. That is how their journey goes in every single round. And I think this round as well, it's not going to be different. This is one of those teams that I expect to see in the finals. But Newman Forever. Now, Newman Forever has been a big topic of conversation, fixes between you and the other talents.
I think I would start off with Hyderabad Hydras first,
right.
Because I feel like their secret sauce has been in the form of Termi. I felt like they needed somebody with that extra oomph, and he's one of those players that has been giving them that. Multiple times we've seen him pulling those clutches. He's been the one getting so many frags for himself and has been such a heavy contributor to this squad, and by the virtue of which Hyderabad Hydras have been playing so well. And when you look at his stats, also 45 frags, and him playing his first official event from such a big banner and still delivering, because he had some big shoes to fill. He has certainly delivered. And now when you talk about Newman Forever, they've got so much depth in their roster, Johnny. Because when you look at Mafia, he's been their top fragger. He has been having a scintillating form lately. And then again, when you add on to it, I think for Newman Forever, what has really worked out is those two big brains, Ash and Oasis.
Yeah.
And then you've got Ninju, another young assaulter. He's also come in. He's also delivered. And Newman Forever, in the previous rounds, we've seen how consistent they are. And yesterday, they came in with Oasis and still delivered.
That is what is surprising, right? I mean, seeing Oasis back in action, and while everyone expected the man's performance to be a massive letdown, he's actually stepped up. I'm quite happy seeing Oasis in the way he's been playing this time with the side of Newman Forever. And as you mentioned, that combination of Ash and Oasis, I expected a lot of big brain plays actually, so that has been like a major pain point for me that we have not really gotten to see them from the side of Newman Forever. Their conversion rate in matches of finishing in the top 3 is not that great, let's be honest about it, considering they have 2 of the best IGLs in the entire community playing for them. So that is where I want to see development from the side of Newman Forever. But hey, it's too late for developments. We are already in the semi-finals. You can't really test any more waters right now. It's the depth of the oceans we are swimming in. But Reckoning Esports, it seems like no matter what happens, there is absolutely no way to kick down this team and keep them down. They always bounce back up and look stronger than ever.
All these teams, I feel like at certain point are overthinking.
Yeah.
Because even today, Reckoning has changed their drop. Maybe are they experimenting something new? Because ideally, they tend to take that mansion shelter split, and had they dropped down over there, this could have been such an easier rotation for them to really pull off. Because when you take a look at this particular circle, look at this. Versatile, they're at the smack center. You've got even Team Bliss dropping down around that School Rozok area. They also make a quick move, and then you've got the likes of Hyderabad Hydras also. Seems like a storm is brewing over there, Johnny. And then on the backlines, you also have Newman Forever.
Oh, but you talk about a storm and Team Versatile, it seems like they are struggling with dealing with the storm in the form of Team Bliss. 1 player already knocked and finished, and Versatile down to 3 players quite early in the match. Information has been scouted out by Eggy from the side of Team Bliss. He knows 3 players from the side of Team Versatile are in those buildings, but picking a fight right now, it's not going to be easy. He's all alone over here. He was the scouter for his team. His teammates are yet to follow up. So Eggy, he looks to back off. And he finds a little bit of a safe haven on the other side of the hill. But we see that cluster developing in the center of the circle. And as you were talking about those drop changes, Fixes, I think, might not be experiments as much as it would be just the drop forced upon these teams due to the flight path itself. Because we saw even Medal is also starting from that Milta Power. They started from Milta Power, now they are moving towards the western side, moving close to the center. Might be because of the flight path, because we had a flight path that was leaning extremely towards the western side of the map. So all of these southeastern quadrant locations like Novarip, Noi, Farm, Milta were a little off limits. Plus, for a team like Reckoning, you know you are at the top, you have a lot to lose. Maybe they were looking to avoid any early confrontation.
See, this could be a possibility, but yesterday also we noticed that Reckoning still did drop down onto that western side.
Yeah, that is also true.
And again, when you look at these pro athletes, they're so well versed with Erangel, they know where the vehicle spawns are, and could also capitalize on that. And if still they're deciding to drop over there, because one good example would be MOGO Esports. Even if the circle, in fact, the flight path trajectory is away from them, they tend to drop somewhere around that Georgie area, just around the junction points, collect those vehicles, and still are quite stubborn to go down towards the Susnovka military base, then loot, and then make a comeback. So it all comes down to what kind of an approach you're having inside of the game. And for Reckoning, I still feel like a little bit of that experimentation is going on.
Yeah, but another big experiment happening in front of us as the players of Orangutan try to stop Crypto in his tracks. He does go down the ridge, but there is no escape from here, buddy. The knock secured and the finish converted. Hyderabad Hydras, they lose out on a key player from their team as Orangutan kick things off and put themselves on the leaderboard. But hey, a few moments ago, we saw this thing flash on our screens, right? And again, ladies and gentlemen, a huge thank you to our official smartphone partner, the iQOO 12 5G, with 120 volt flash charge available on the device. And of course, if you want to bring that Xtreme Plus performance, you got to have an Xtreme Plus device.
And all these players, the chosen ones who make it inside of the Grand Finals, will be battling it out against each other on the iQOO 12. It's going to be such an exciting affair, Johnny. Especially the storyline that we have today. We've been talking about all these teams, all these players who are trying to make their comeback, especially the ones who are on the lower half of the table. And Inferno Squad, definitely one of those teams. Because you talk about their previous round performances, they had been looking oh so good. It would be a shame if they do not make it inside of the Grand Finals, considering this is a team that qualified for the Grand Finals at the very last day of the BGIS. But that time, the things were different. That time, they had a different IGL. This time, the inclusion of PMWI IGL. And then you've got a a player like Jatin, we've seen Goten, he's also had his moments. So for Inferno Squad to really succeed, these two players have to start delivering.
My belief is still there, Inferno Squad. But it's not going to be an easy bounce back. Just 5 points on the overall leaderboard as of now. They need a big game. One big game today, and it brings you into the fighting position for the finals. But look at this. We have the players of Blind Esports on our screens. One of the few names that is still struggling in the blue zone right now. But still stage 2, you can tank the damage with just the boosters, with a few first aids, not even first aids, just bandages on you. In Blind Esports, they do manage to get to a safer position inside of the play zone. But only for the next few seconds, because in the distance towards the north, we notice the players of Sarkar Gaming waiting for them. Just past Sarkar Gaming, it's going to be the side of Inferno Squad, a team that we were talking about a few moments ago. So if a fight actually breaks out between these two teams, there's a massive opportunity for Inferno Squad to actually chime in for a third party, just get a few extra frags while they can. And in the meanwhile, look at this. This is going to be a big one. Orangutan up against WindGod.
WindGod, we remember, they had quite an explosive game of Erangel yesterday, the final one. The one where they staged their epic comeback inside of the top half of this overall standings. But Orangutan, they are the force that you need to be worried about. They're also flying high. A lot of finishes for them. And the kind of a mindset that Orangutan have really come into play with is if you spot somebody, just stage them down and maybe take those couple of finishes for yourself. Because right now, Orangutan still very much playing around the center of the circle. But this is what they need to exercise. A little bit of caution. Because we've witnessed moments where they tend to overextend, and in turn, another team comes in and third parties them. So if Orangutan can avoid that, this chicken dinner could also be theirs.
Yeah, and this is one of those teams, OG, that has a lot of emotions attached to this tournament. Not just for the players, but for the entire management, the organization's ownership as well. Everyone just hoping to see the banner be the victors of the iQOO Bmps 2024. In the meanwhile, though, we had our eyes on them, Sarkar Gaming, not directly, but to the perspective of Blind Esports, and now we see them on the move. Shots being taken from every single direction, and even the players of Team Versatile try to take them down. But we have Dash on our screens, just dashing away from any conflict, although this might be a little bit of an overextension. We see them, they don't. The players of Team Xpark now are going to try to take down or pick apart the side of Sarkar Gaming. Even Hero Xtreme Godlike could just try and bring themselves into this mix. And this 1-2 split that has just happened, Fixes, I'm extremely worried about this. You have Sarkar on one side of the road, and he will have to face off against the full brunt of Hero Xtreme Godlike. On the other side, the two players in direct line of fire of Team Xpark.
This is going to be an interesting one, because when you talk about Hero Xtreme Godlike, they've got their backlines clear. So I think they just need to have a nice spread to work around with. But at this point, nobody really wants to force those fights. Because considering the fact that they're still playing around the center, they know one bad move and suddenly they are vulnerable, exposed to maybe some external threats, some third parties from the others. Because like you said, you've got Xpark into the mix, but then around Xpark, you've got the likes of Sarkar Gaming, and even for WindGods, they could also come in, meddle their toes, and that could be a concerning situation. It's all about waiting for that hard shift to really form, and after that, teams could move accordingly, considering to where the circle is at. Because right now we have a little bit of a standstill. Medal Esports, by all means, they also had a decent day in the office, and we're seeing them that they have somehow managed to, kind of find that little bit of that consistency, especially when you talk about how Medal was in those previous official tournaments, and this current Medal, they look promising.
Yeah, that's a lot of serious discussion, Fixes. Can I ask you something on a lighter note?
Yeah.
So, considering that Ignite Gaming's Hulk has been doing extremely well, and Ignite Gaming themselves have been doing extremely well, and a lot of the big names have been eliminated from the tournament, do you think when that happened, he just went puny god?
I mean, could have, because even when they were there, he was still doing smashing. Well. Yeah, he was still doing the smashing. He just does not care who the opposition is.
Man's gotten 47 finishes till the tournament till now, and he's there. He's slowly climbing up the leaderboard, looking to compete for the MVP of the tournament, trying to get his hands on that 4 lakh rupees, become the iQOO MVP of the iQOO Bmps 2024. But I think semi-finals is where it matters. Individually for Hulk, he needs to perform. His team is already doing well. But let's see, I mean, still a long way to go. Still 3 more days of matches left in the semi-finals.
And I think Hulk has to step up if Ignite Gaming want to ensure their qualification inside of the Grand Finals. But seems like Orangutan, are they celebrating too early? Because for AKOP, it feels like it's a radio signal. Yeah,
man doesn't want to get a haircut and chooses to dance in game.
I'm still trying to fathom what he's really up to, because now Orangutan, they've got to move their merry ways because the circle Johnny has shifted away from them.
He was testing the waters, Fixes.
Which waters? I really do not know.
The
if it's
emote
the swimming
waters.
pool or if it's the ocean you're talking about. Regardless, I think for Orangutan, I don't know if he still wants to check on his emotes, because right now, this is where Orangutan has to be very serious. They need to know that you've got Ignite Gaming right beside you, still have to deal with the likes of Team Bliss. And even if you somehow come across them, you've got Hyderabad Hydras also lurking around.
Oh, but look at what has just happened towards the western edge of the circle. Northwest, to be a little bit more precise, where the players of Inferno Squad and Blind Esports were. Blind Esports went for a 2-2 split rotation, and the duo in the backlines got caught off guard by the players of Inferno Squad. They found one free pick, and it seems like now they are trying. Let's see who survives this fight. 2 big heavyweight contenders going up against each other in the form of Xtreme, Godlike, and Reckoning Esports.
This is going to be so close. Look at this. Reckoning Esports seems like they're uninterested in taking this fight, but around the dip of death, you've got Xpark charging in on the players of Sarkar Gaming. Already Sarkar getting a knock onto its shadow as PrayGod steps out of his vehicle and demolishes them as Team Xpark survive the onslaught and get control over that area.
And this is the Xpark we always wanted to see. Just a quick 1-2 in and out before the opposing team even realizes what happened. But hey, while the man was testing his emotes, now he might actually get an opportunity to use them, or maybe not, because AKOP did just get finished off, and Orangutan in a world of trouble. They were trying to take a fight against the players of Team Bliss, or I believe based on the position we just saw the teams in, it was Team Bliss that came charging forward towards the players of Orangutan, and Orangutan have lost 2 big players from their team. It's down to WindGod and Atanki, and here they come. Trouble in the form of the players of Team Xpark. Are they going to let them or give them any breathing space? I don't think so, because even Atanki had to let go of the revive, and here come the nades being lobbed right into that entry of Shelter, and the pick of WindGod. In fact, Xpark, they are on fire. They're looking for one more. They've spotted out the players of Ignite Gaming. Maybe that's going to be their next target, or maybe it's going to be RTGxIND who's hiding in the isolated shack. There is no escape right now. Death and destruction on this map of Triangle, and the name of the destruction has changed to Team Xpark.
Lightning has once again joined Team Xpark, pushing the players of Orangutan back to their rabbit hole, and look at what they've done. Just demolished that vehicle and somehow cut off their exit routes. Because on the other side, when you look at it, you also have another team. So for Orangutan, they are really stuck in a very sticky situation over there. As for that fight where Orangutan were taking down the players of Team Bliss, Team Xpark did decide to also somehow engage themselves and got a lot of those finishes there. But for now, Team Versatile still alive. 3 players surviving, not a lot of finishes though. But Inferno Squad, they've got the center of the circle to themselves. Reckoning Esports making some smart decisions over there. Somehow again want to start this day on a good note. A very good promising position. They know that Xtreme Godlike is right beside them, but still cannot rule out Inferno Squad out of the picture.
A big fight for both these teams. Xtreme Godlike, as you mentioned, pinned down in front of Reckoning Esports. They have a big opportunity. Still no finishes on the board for Reckoning, but a nade can change everything from here. Hunters with a Hail Mary attempt. Does he catch anyone off guard? No, it's going to be a little bit off. Just outside that shack. In the meanwhile, Ignite Gaming, they succeed in eliminating the players of RTGxIND. But hey, Newman Forever with their push on the players of Metal Esports. Do they survive this one? As Paradox and Ash, they get traded out. Mafia knocked out from the side of Newman Forever as well. Metal, they are almost on the verge of being eliminated. Top Dog becomes the last survivor, just playing around that tree. The nade from Omega does not connect. From the flank can actually have a 5 on this position. The Newman Forever, they're still looking for the last player. They're still looking to eliminate the players of Esports here. And right here they succeed. The finishes are going to be secured. 3 points in the bag for Newman Forever. And they are close to get themselves out of the top 8 of the match.
But the red Newman Forever on with their onslaught. We've seen come in the semi-finals. They've been getting a lot of those finishes to their names. Quite in stark contrast to how they played in the previous rounds. A lot of the positions, but this time it's quite the opposite. For now, Team X Park, no intentions. And they are considered for Team X Park. They got those four finishes. All by Jones. And he is contending that he realizes there's a light out in the open. And more often than not, there's somebody hiding behind it. He's starting up this grenade and toss it into perfection. Hulk responds and God falls down.
Well, it was a fight between two gods. Hulk does not like gods. We know that. He takes it out, secures the finish point. Shot in the back by Limra from Team Versatile. Team Versatile also did the last 3 years, but push towards the top. They move out and even trade in as 2 players from out of the first squad. Question decides the players survives their top race or not. Again, the answer to the information question was a big no, because Jatin did secure a knock on Raiden, was going for a finish, but he has just put Team Versatile into a direct line of fire of the players of Team Newman Forever. With those nades, they've secured the Nox. Aquanox is going to get taken out as well. It's down to Somraj, and Somraj alone from the side of Team Versatile. He can try to bring his teammate back, but as of now, he's just focused on fighting for his life and trying to survive against the players of Newman Forever.
This is the epic showdown that we were talking about, Johnny. Hero Xtreme Godlike taking down the players of Reckoning, and there you have it.
Ooh!
An answer fire comes in from Reckoning side, and Jonathan down on his knees. And now Admino and Simp, they have to piece it out together. But with those barrage of grenades, it is looking ever so difficult for Hero Xtreme Godlike to really make a bounce back inside this fight.
Yeah, Admino, his back must be hurting right now. Just lifting the team back from the graves, bring them back into the game. First revive went to Simp, then Admino ran all the way towards Punk. While Jonathan was crawling back, Simp is going to try and bring him back into a fighting position. But over here, the differences between these two sides have still not been settled. Newman Forever still trying the level best to make sure that Team Versatile is not in the game anymore. How did they spot PM GL in that shack? Or was it just a PM Naven? Them secure and that had not moved, trying to build up as for this heavyweight. Hey, to get it done.
Big touch right now, way he and the knock in those shots, you kind of tend to assume the player lying behind. But now Hero Xtreme Godlike, a huge venture in their department. Sim, the only surviving member. He picks off of whatever remains out of the players of Team Reckoning. Hero Xtreme Godlike making it inside the top 5, but here comes Newman Forever, this time chasing down the players of Versatile. Newman Forever the heavy contest for dinner.
King of the situation, and with all in a situation like this, it's going to be the number of watches that come on top. Newman Forever, and yeah, that with. But you know for a fact that they have the information, at least the Reckoning maybe stem from the side of Xtreme Godlike. But Reckoning Esports under heavy fire. Hunters drop down to around 5 HP. And he runs outside of that tower, outside of cover. That's such a risky move. He draws attention from his own teammate. Gravity IGL also extremely low. But Reckoning Esports, I think they might have to settle for a 4th position exit inside of this game. Surviving from here, it's going to be extremely difficult. Same if we have more of you got it.
The nature this driving to work around with the easy for Newman Forever, get clean out and they have it, run with it, and there's nothing he could do. Directly take on towards the vehicles, and Newman Forever walk away with a chicken dinner with 9 finishes to their ends.
Man, the man tried to be in the were tinted, so he got in the car, hoping that they would not see him.
Yeah.
But still did. I mean, got finished off. Numen Forever, incredible start of the day, right? And Numen Forever was already for themselves. But I like the fact that in this game there was a balance maintained. They were very careful with how they were pushing for fights until they knew for a fact that, alright, we have exact 100% information of how many players we are pushing towards, where everyone is positioned. They would not charge forward. They would just stay back and try and see if they can secure the knocks. Think about that fight against the players of Medal Esports, right? They had the numbers advantage. It was a 2v1 situation. They knew where Mafia was hiding, and yet they resisted the urge to push. They just relied on the utilities and tried to make sure that the players were there, safer position, and the recovery option was available to them.
All the players of Numen Forever, and even you would agree, Johnny, are looking quite stoic.
Yeah.
They know what they have to do. They know who's going to be leading the charge. They have their flanks also secured. In that one fight, you could see Owace was tanking damage from the blue. He had that perfect angle onto its top dog. He relayed all that information to his teammates, and those nades followed. You could see that now they are an entire cohesive unit, and this is all coming when Ash and Owace are playing together. Imagine Ninju comes instead of Owace, and look at the firepower that really builds up for this squad. So Numen Forever, the way they have been playing, they have been nothing short of ecstatic, and I really hope this team makes it all the way inside the Grand Finals.
You just brought a very interesting point of conversation over here with adding Ninja into the mix. We'll come back to that, but before that, let's have a look at the winner-winner chicken dinner moment of this particular game, because it was incredible. And I wanted to know, like, how did they realize, like, alright, Reckoning Esports is still hiding in there? Because one would assume that, alright, there was a lot of shots being fired in that direction. They were tracking the finish feed, of course. But Numen Forever were distracted by the players of Team Versatile for so long that I think they might have just assumed that, alright, it might just be one team and not two different teams in that watchtower.
So I'll tell you what happened.
Yeah.
Reckoning had too much on their plate to deal with, because the moment you drop down onto it, that Visita, you hunkered down over there. There you had Versatile also coming in. Then Numen Forever was also there, and it was a blink and a miss it moment, because they thought that Hero Xtreme Godlike might not have been the imminent threat, because they had so much force to deal around, and a lot of those grenades keep getting tossed inside of those Visit Towers. So while showing back, we spun those initial Gravity IGL barely surviving with a sliver of HP. Simp was well aware of that.
Yeah.
Comes out of the open and he face and again, whilst the others were fighting were fighting it out. They just carved their way in and picked up the spoils of war, and that's how they got this chicken dinner.
But let's talk about this now for a minute. I mean, amongst the top 5 teams in that previous game, we saw Reckoning Esports. They're doing quite well for themselves. Numen Forever, that is another team that's doing quite well for itself. Then there were these two awkward names, Silly Esports struggling in the middle pack. They started the day on that 11th position, and after this game, I think they are going to be breaching inside of the top 8 quite comfortably. I want to talk about Hero Xtreme Godlike, because after this game, the momentum that they want for the day, it is established. They did very well for themselves. Good number of eliminations. They broke into the top 4, so they're going to have a good amount of placement points on the leaderboard as well. Where do you see this team at the end of the day, at the end of the matches today?
See, ideally, I feel like the way Hero Xtreme Godlike are playing right now, they should have no issues breaking past that 30 marker. That should be their next target, and already getting that 12 points over here. They were sitting at 14 before the start, already at 28. So a nice resurgence coming in from Hero Xtreme Godlike. One other thing that I really want to add on to this, Johnny, is the fact that they've gone back to their old ways.
Yes.
They're no more just sticking out in the middle of nowhere. They know that they need to isolate those fights. They need to play from the edges, and that is what they did. They were initially at the northern side, then went towards at western, took down the players of Inferno squads. That is how they're piecing their game this time.
Exactly. What felt like madness before, now we are seeing a method to that madness.
Yes.
Proper positioning, proper level of aggression in those fights. And a few moments ago on this leaderboard, just underneath Hero Xtreme Godlike, we saw Team Xpark, 10 finishes, 1 placement. Is this team practicing something different? We'll come back to that topic, but on the leaderboard, on the second page, as far as we can see, Blind Esports, not really a start we want to see from this team. Sarkar Gaming as well. The struggles of the semi-finals continue on day number 2, but let's see, still more matches left. Can they recover before the day comes to an end? We do have the match summary in front of us. 7 grenade finishes. I always feel that this number is too low with the amount of utility we have seen utilized in a single fight. How are the grenade conversions not happening, Fixes?
I think a lot of grenade knocks are there, but when you talk about these stats to really come up for it to happen, you need to get those finishes with those grenades. And still 7 is something okay. Smokes use 200 plus in a circle like this. This is also actually, quite anticipated. But coming back to for Team Xbox's conversation,
yes, please.
This is where I wanted to mention that they're starting to play like champions. They do not care about position points anymore. So I was thinking, what could be the reason why they left Yasnaya so early? So one plausible reason could be the fact that they wanted some more vehicles for them, and whilst they came in to do so, they found out one team, I think it was Ignite Gaming, took 2 of their players down, took their vehicle and went back to Yasnaya, and again came back. Then they started engaging in a lot of those fights. Tim Bliss, Team OG, they were fighting. They also third-partied them, and they're literally all over the place.
They left Yasnaya with level 1 armor, level 1 helmet, not a lot of ammunition. They were so sure that they were going to win that fight that they were willing to risk out losing a player. But that is just Team Xpark and the confidence you have after becoming champions of a major tournament. But ladies and gentlemen, there are still more matches left. But before we move on to the next game, we're going to take a very short break. Stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be back after this.
Fresher than a mega tasker, talk about stronger, quicker, faster. Slider, slider, gonna make way for the mega tasker. They got the ammo, can't get a big better blind. Throw a challenge, you shall know. Tap, 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 slider, ammo.
Who's winning?
Who do you think? Mega Taskers win the game at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
Move out with my baby on the side. I move out with my baby, got a style.
Seatbelt, please.
And we go right, baby, it's a long way home.
The new Xtreme 160R4V, the fastest 160cc. Challenge the Xtreme.
मम्मी का फोन है एक मिनट
किसी और को बात करनी है क्या मम्मी से टेक 63 आउच
आई एम नॉट डूइंग दिस
300 यार ये एक्सूट इतने कूल है लेकिन अगर शूट ही नहीं होगा तो दुनिया को कैसे पता चलेगा
X-Suit's so stunning that even Dynamo won't let us tell you about it. X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
भाई इसको कोई एक्टिंग सिखाओ यार क्या हो रहा है कट शूट कैंसिल आना प्योर बस अबे
बंद करो बे, आँख में छुप रहा है। शूट कैंसिल।
हार पूरी रात निकल गई, अगर शूट ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा, खत्म ही नहीं होगा, तो ये लोगों को कैसे पता चलेगा?
X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
Well, Lumen Forever have had a flying start to today's evenings, and I'm joined along with Salty this time around. And Salty, you did watch the match from the sidelines, and this is quite an explosive start to the day, because when you look at the likes of Team Xpark, Godlike, everybody is starting to hit and fire on all cylinders. How did it feel?
Honestly, it does feel good because all the top dogs in the competition, once again, they're bouncing back in terms of finding their form, finding their rhythm. And this is extremely important with the finals on the cards. I believe the preparation for Kochi has to begin now. You have to start to play under pressure and you have to exceed in that pressure as well. And I believe majority of the big names, they've managed to do that.
The concern still there for the likes of Sarkar Gaming. We're talking about even the likes of Hyderabad, Hydras right now. Even for Team Blind, they're not having a really good time. And what do you think has gone wrong for them?
Honestly, especially for Team Blind so far, it seems like that comeback that they actually made inside of round 3. I don't really want to believe that that was a fluke, but I believe that in certain instances they actually got lucky, and I believe that that is starting to hamper them right now. We will talk a lot about this, but ladies and gentlemen, if you are lucky inside of games as well, you need to have one which is exciting and also extremely powerful as well. Of course, our official smart partner iQOO, they have this beautiful iQOO 12 that you can see right there. It is power packed features, and also the best part for you guys, 4 mobile devices are being given away. All you've got to do is go to Google and search iQOO 12, and you might have a chance to win one of them. Coming back to the conversation again, this blood back to the dark and going to the rotate, and all teams are the way must play.
I didn't think that are experiment and not working out. Back to your ways. Hero got to do that. I think it was a nice surgery from their side as well. For teams like Team Blind, they have to play. There's no tomorrow. Same goes for Hyderabad Hydras. Same goes for the likes of Sarkar Gaming, because every single official Hyderabad Hydras, Sarkar Gaming, all of these teams make it inside the semis. But from semi-finals has always been such a climb for them, because that is going to be quite resonated even in overall standings as we have it in front of us, because next game onwards you'll have the likes of TWOB also coming into the fray, and they are sitting at the TBD top with 49 points. This time, however, joined in along with Lumen Forever, but that one extra game played. And then you look at Team Xpark, who do not care about those position points. They had a chicken dinner and 2 more position points, but barring that, highest finishes inside the lobby, 37.
Absolutely right. Now, for Team Xpark, I believe that position number is not really going to bother them way too much. But I like the balance coming in from TWOB. But one surprising factor fixes a team like Newman Gaming, who always used to bank on those position points. Now they are starting to experiment and going a little aggressive. And look at that, the stark difference. I think this is something which has changed massively. We move further down, Regning Esports, they've done a phenomenal job. Even Ignite Gaming, as a matter of fact. Slightly disappointed with what Orangutan did in the last game, but then my disappointments with Orangutan has ever lasted for so many years. So next up, we move on to the next page. There is going to be a little more than that as well. 8-bit Hyderabad Hydras. I'm not really sure what is going wrong for them, but they need to hit the mark as soon as they possibly hit the deck right now.
For 8-bit, they need to find that one good day, and we really hope that today is that day, because this is a team, we've seen them in various official events. They have graced the LAN, and they were quite well in the previous iteration of the BGS 24. But moving on ahead, big expectations also from RTGxIND, because this is also one of those teams that is quite infamous for their explosive games, and that has been missing from their side. They also need to somehow upscale their game and get themselves back, because in the previous one, they were found missing. It was Hero Xtreme Godlike who were initially out on the hunt for them, and they had no answers for it. And towards the end, the numbers really overwhelmed them. But now this is where we have to bring in Orangutan into the conversation. Did you feel like they celebrated too early?
They definitely celebrated too early, honestly. I believe that it is not it is not bad to actually use emotes inside of the match. I believe it is lovely. It does give the audience, the viewers, and even us as casters, right, a little light moment inside of the game as well. But then you have to be extremely prepared for what is supposed to come at you as well, right? In that Shelton region, you know that there are so many teams coming in from the backlines. There were multiple teams we saw from the map feed trying to enter the circle from that point on. And I believe Team Orangutan, they could have much better tried to use that time and created a better fortress to have the defenses set in that location.
Let's hope they change things this time around as we take a quick look at the matchup for the evening. The second match of the day, it is going to be played on the map of Miramar, and this time we do have Group A joining in. So it is going to be TWOB. They have been the most consistent team so far. You've got 8-Bit. They're looking for a comeback. Team Limra. They need a lot of finishes. And for Team Dragons, they really need to start hitting hard. But then you have Group C. So Orangutan will be in play once again. But eyes will be on the likes of Inferno Squad, Team Bliss, and Blind. Three of these teams that have been struggling massively, because this is what I've been constantly talking about. By the end of the evening, we will have that first phase of our semis completed.
Done.
And you need to somehow break through that 30 to 40 point barrier in order to be safe, because in the next 2 days, you do not know what lies ahead of you. You do not know, maybe the teams that have already qualified, they start getting over aggressive. They suddenly come in, push on you, and maybe try to exterminate you. So that is something that all these teams have to look out for.
Absolutely. And I think trying to play on the basic maps, especially when you get those default maps of Erangel and Miramar, will be exceedingly important for you. You never really know. The schedule has been changing quite often as well. So when the maps of Sanhok and Vikendi come around, I don't really believe that a lot of these teams will be able to make a comeback. It has to start from Erangel or Miramar. At least figure out the problems, the communication that is differentiating between you and your players. That has to be sorted out. But hopefully, in this map of Miramar, we see all of those improvements being implemented once again.
This game of Miramar, it is going to be hot, it is going to be dry, and it is filled with action. Folks, fasten up your seatbelts, because this is going to be one turbulent ride. The flight path trajectory, I am pretty sure the players are going to be enjoying it, pretty much dissecting the map into half as it goes all the way towards Partona from Hamuda. And all these teams should not have a big trouble getting down on their desired drop location. Eyes will be on those outliers who've been trying to experiment a lot of those things, trying to experiment on locations, on those rotations. So let's see who will be mischievous one.
Honestly, when you talk mischievous ones, their prediction for the believe that this is going to be one of the teams who may monumental comeback. Now, prime problem with lack of communication in mid-fight. One score lose a couple of in the game, and I believe that for Carpediem, once they fix that, once they actually make 4 of their players enter the final circle, it's going to be absolutely insane. But now look at this, God's Reign. Venom is being circled around by Paradox, but all of a sudden the vehicles, the guns start blowing in, and here comes the cavalry as well. God's Reign, they want to get this finish as soon as they possibly can. Paradox did have his share of fun, but that was it. That was all she wrote for him.
It's quite a fight, Sati. What eventually started out, we felt like Medal Esports, they were on the driving seat of it. But eventually, cavalry came too soon, and the IGL picked off, and quite concerning for Medal Esports, considering in the first game, if you remember, all they could muster up was just 1 point. But seems like fights do not stop there. Team Bliss, Godstrain heading back to their drop location. That is going to be San Martin. But Eki, he's got an M249 to work around with. Really felt for a moment that he's going to take a few pot shots, but that did not happen. So exercising discipline over the right way to go, because he's always lonesome. And if backup could not have arrived in due time, then this could have gone awry for Team Bliss.
Potentially. But for God's Reign, that certainly was a scare. I mean, for a brief period of time, I thought that Venom was going to be engulfed by Paradox in that particular fight. I would call it a fight. It was more like a Tom and Jerry chase. Just 2 players chasing around, circling around each other, but that was all. But for esports, I believe this is going to be a couple of days themselves. Medley Esports starts in this match. Miramar used to be their strong strength, but now they are being hunted down by multiple teams at once.
Look at how uncomfortable these players are. Suddenly their head cut off, Paradox getting picked off in the early game. And Medley Esports look so distraught. And Team X-Park, they continue on with their carnage train. And Medley Esports, two other surviving members, Encore and Sahil OP, could be the next on the hit list, as there you have it. Encore already down on his knees as the last member, Sahil OP. He's been laden down with bullets to the point where his graves have been dug. Team X-Park successfully annihilating Medley Esports and sending them backing inside the lobby.
This is so surprising, Fixes, especially from a team like Medley Esports. Did not even put up a fighting stance in that fight. I mean, I was expecting some sort of retaliation whatsoever. Majority of their players, they were busy in rotation, their backs towards Team X-Park, trying to fend off that fight. And we know, of course, Team X-Park, once their triggers are on, they will be on until they cut off your head. And of course, they beautifully managed that. For Team X-Park, I believe, once again, that momentum keeps on going. The momentum from Erangel that had started. And today, it seems like they are here with their intention set. They're playing in with a hit-and-miss strategy. So far, not really concerned about those position points, just going in for those finishes. Like I said, it's all about preparations for Kochi, Fixes.
This is again another team that's not leaving things to chance. Well, quite not expected the vehicle to flip like that. But when you talk about Team X-Park and what used to happen during the BGIS 24 was a constant drop fight against God's Rain. And really came down to the RNG factor of the game, who got the better weapon, who got it first. We have even seen these two titans collide even with machetes. So for Team X-Park, to understand that there is a bigger picture, they've got their goals clear this time around. They backed off from San Martin. They dropped down, a quick loot once again, and again they're off to their merry hunting. Medley Esports being their first victim. Would love to see who do they chase down after that.
Finally, MOGO Esports actually managed to reunite, Fixes. I mean, we saw how the two players were split up, S-Power and Justin on their own stroll, Destro as well as Delta on their own. But finally, they get back towards Impala. But one interesting part about this map so far is going to be the circle, because it extremely favors that southern shoreline. And majority, 40% of that land is still, 40% of that circle is still in water. So I believe that the teams will be looking forward to capturing the shorelines first. Inferno Squad is on their merry way. Look at that, even Orangutan. You've got a team 8-Bit and Phoenix as well, trying to push through. And even Team Dragons, I believe, if they keep on traversing through that western highway, even they will come and stop at a similar position. Which does goes to show that I believe there are going to be majority of the ridges being occupied already, and the northern corridor of the circle will be left open for all the teams coming in from the north.
You know what, Salty? I feel like if Versatile Esports were there inside this lobby, Somraj would have such a nice smirk on his face. Because these are those circles where we've seen Versatile Esports being quite successful. Tend to get that western rotation in. But if somebody could replicate such a similar rotation, maybe this is that comeback game coming in from Team Dragon. Orangutan, once again, you could see they've changed their style of play. Still playing around the center of the circle. Now being surrounded from multiple directions. You've got Team Blind on one side. You've got the likes of Team TWOB also coming in. And when you talk about TWOB, so far the most consistent team in this tournament. Yes, there's one extra game for Newman Forever, but the stats and figures still heavily favor TWOB.
I don't really believe my eyes, honestly. Newman X Forever having more finishes than TWOB.
One extra game played.
But that's still considered. I don't believe that, honestly. TWOB has been wreaking havoc in every single match that they play. Newman, on the other hand, they were qualifying on the basis of position points, on the basis of their good rotations. Now, the game has flipped once again, but TWOB, they certainly were taking shots, and so are Silly Esports as well. Definitely not in the right end of things. Team Blind Esports isolating these players and exterminating them one by one. This is systematic destruction from them. 3 finishes already, looking for that final frag. And it seems like DP should be an easy task to actually get that likes of Akshu.
Almost barely surviving Akshu. Does not have nothing to latch onto at this point, DP. He wants to quickly charge in and get that final finish secured. Just trying to rotate around, and still somehow Akshu has managed to get that first aid. But still, Atanki from the backlines would bring in that final finish home, and Orangutan, they've started up their finish board, opening their accounts up, and now upon OG, the big question
What's right now? His vehicle is worth once again. Will take a hard shift towards the north, towards the southwest, in fact. And few teams definitely are going to be feeling themselves. Orangutan being one of them, right at the periphery of the circle. Majority of the teams will come and strike against them. So the gatekeeping measure should be up. But right at the center of the circle fixes, we've got Carpediem. And I believe for them, this is going to be an opportunity to strike.
You know, considering the fact that Pukar and Gamla Boy have played under Somraj, and this is what I was talking about, they really feel quite comfortable around circles like this. But another thing that I wanted to bring to the attention of the viewers is the fact that Team Limra are again back to their old ways. What they've been doing, it hasn't been working out. Yes, in terms of those position points, always deploy Hesperos for that healing battle. But you could see that aggressive intent from Team Limra has been quite missing. So I really hope they get some good points out of this game, because constantly going for those med strats hasn't been the way. And you talked about Carpediem, they have the smack center, and now they're starting to get all those frags to themselves.
As of now, I really feel sorry for Blind Esports, because they've been completely sandwiched in between Carpediem and Orangutan, so they are being pincered from both the sides. If you talk about Orangutan, they've got the high ground vantage point as well. WindGod taking in some shots from the sidelines. It was Inferno Squad, and Inferno Squad, I like this approach, right? They still are lacking on the bottom of the overall standings, but not really afraid to take those long distance shots, just make their presence felt and bring the attention of the opposition towards themselves. On the other side, Orangutan, they certainly are trying to really make Blind Esports submit to that pressure. Saurav, of course, there is enormous pressure on him, but this time around it is going to be Carpediem who actually finishes things off with him. Blind Esports, they just have one player to survive in this game.
Carpediem already off to a great start. 3 finishes secured, and all their nearby vicinities are pretty much in check. Look at their strategy over here, Salty. A 2-2 split, and you can see Fierce and Max piecing it together. Gamla and Pukar on different angles, but TWOB, a team that has been quite renowned for having the center of the circle. This time, they're playing around the edges. As MOGO Esports, they also start to open up their account, have that one finish to their names, and Phoenix Esports being on the receiving end of things. Phoenix Esports, in comparison to MOGO Esports, has had a decent day yesterday.
Yeah.
But today, MOGO Esports are definitely looking to change things around.
How fortunes can actually change for MOGO Esports is due to the fact that the circle has stuck to the shoreline ever since its inception, right? MOGO Esports, they always follow the same rotation path in case of Southern Circles. They drop down in Impala, they'll take their highway, and they'll start marching along the lines of the shoreline, right? But this time around, they don't really have to push forward or inject up north towards Los Angeles. They will have to stick to the shoreline and try and guard it. I believe they will be eventually successful in doing that. Phoenix Esports, the first player has been taken down. Currently, if you talk about it, even 8-bit are inside the circle from the Northern Territory, and then the last entrance in this fight will be Team Limra. And like you said, I believe that Team Limra can potentially take that passive approach, but I don't really trust this team. They can go aggressive at any point in time, just breach past and leapfrog multiple teams in the process and try and go aggressive. This team can switch gears in a matter of a second. And ladies and gentlemen, talking about switching gears, if you also want to switch gears between comfort and performance in your city rides as well, then our official mobility partner has something for you. Hero Xtreme 160R 4V does provide that brilliant balance between both comfort as well as performance.
And gives you that speed also if you want to go in for a ride. But coming back to the game, this is what I was concerned about. Team Limra, look at that. Already giving all their first aids to Hesperos. All the other 3 players have just kept 1 to themselves. So again, this is going to be such a defensive approach. And now they have to be on guard, because right in front of them is going to be Team 8-bit. Another team who we have seen in the recent past have had really good games in Miramar. And for 8-bit, they need to have a good opening day tonight, because if they do not, then things might look quite murky for them as well. For Phoenix Esports, having lost out on one of their players early on, this is where they're also in 2 minds what to do next.
Well, so far, Fixes, I'm extremely happy because Gamla Boy has been striking all out of the park so far. This man has been out of form for a while now, but on the finish fit, this man has definitely showed his potential. But now look at this Shadow with the spray down itself, beautifully dodging Bliss Esports and the vehicle, and Sam goes flying high. Sarang, of course, is in position. It is going to be Shadow who confirms that finish. And, of course, for Team Bliss, the objective was simple, to try and take down a surgical strike against Xpark that failed, but now they move against Team Inferno squad. The first player has been taken down with Bliss. I'm not really sure if they are in the best of positions or in the best of positions to fight. AJ goes down as well, and now it's all down to Turbo to move on in a 1v2 situation. He's even gonna fail, and Team Inferno squad, they are really gonna prevail in this fight.
Team Blind, in fact, for Team Bliss, it was a mad dash, to be honest, Salty. They were running around like headless chickens. The moment one of their players got picked off by the players of Team Xpark, they did not know what to do next, and suddenly got blindsided and decided to ram in on the players of Inferno squad, and we all know what followed after. Could not even pose a threat. And for Inferno squads, those are going to be those free finishes going in their names. But for now, Team 8-Bit, a little bit of a predicament over there, having lost out on one of their players. One of them already down on his knees. Need to quickly recover and get themselves back to a good position. This is going to be a race for the circle. And a lot of the competitors are there. You're talking about MOGO Esports, even Phoenix is there, Numen Forever, everybody holding the door. And it was going to be such an arduous task for them to really make the breach there.
I believe it will be MOGO Esports who actually makes that cut first. But now look at this. They've got company in the form of Numix Forever. Shots were laid down. Destro does manage to find a little bit of the connection, but MOGO Esports, it seems like they really want to take this fight and really be the kings of the Southern Circle. As of now, S-Power really trying to find that initial contact. Not really successful with that spray so far through the smokes. He's still trying to find that connection against 8-Bit, who finally approached the circle through the blue zone, but it goes completely haywire as two of their players get taken down in the process. Team 8-Bit, they definitely are suffering the brunt, and now it's just one player who's still surviving.
But good news for MOGO Esports, especially for them having collected 4 finishes already. Feels like MOGO Esports are slowly and surely getting back to their old ways, as S-Power leading the charge has dished out some massive amount of damage onto Ash, and he is striking forward along with Destro, who becomes the distraction over there, tries to bait away the enemies of Numen Forever as Mafia and Omega, the 2 surviving members, but not anymore. Delta just rampaging through the campaign, and there you have it, Numen Forever instantly being pinned down to the ground, already out of the server.
I like this MOGO already, and Delta, my man, with 6 eliminations already. This team MOGO Esports, they're looking different. And now they're also looking to gatekeep the likes of Team 8-Bit and put them away from entering the circle. But on the other side, Team Godlike, Team Orangutan, Team Limra, 3 teams are duking it out. And Team Orangutan, they came in as a third party, but it's not really going good in the hood for them so far. Team Godlike on the other side, Venom is going to fall. Team Limra still trying to stand tall. And it seems like Godlike, they really want to invade, but Fury has been shot down. Godlike in totality has been completely eliminated as Dragon OP stands tall amidst all of them. With 4 eliminations, this man is going berserk, and like I said, this team, they never really take time to switch gears, and once again, they're proving it, but they're not completely out of danger. With Team Orangutan being in the vicinity, I believe there can be problems anytime, at any given moment. They have to be extremely cautious, Fixes.
They certainly have to be, like you said, not really out of the woods, and Poco deciding to show himself up as now all these smokes suddenly start to dissipate as Dragon, this time being the aggressor himself, Atanki, not having the best of HPs, but still has to fight it around. Dragon still trying to reload on that DBS, cost too heavy as Aru instantly strikes back, as now Orangutan losing out on those numbers as Poco does not have a lot of those HPs to work around with. Hesperos keeping AKOP at bay, and suddenly Orangutan seem to be in a whole world of trouble as they get annihilated, and Team Limra, they come out as the victors of this fight.
They get completely eased out of their memories, right? Team Limra, as of now. This was a fantastic effort, but for Team Orangutan, I believe they could have done much better. But coming back to this fight, MOGO Esports have suddenly huddled right next to Inferno Squad as of now. Nade has charged in MOGO Esports. They have a lovely formation to work with right at the edge of the circle, but have to be extremely wary from the southern side if there are going to be other teams trying to third party this fight. S-Power, still leading the front lines. Even Delta has that grenade equipped, but it seems like so far no contact being established. But on the other side, Carpediem, they're really feeling themselves. Gamla Boy just unleashing himself into battle, but that was not the best of positions. Team Xpark still coming out on top, Fixes.
They are, but look at this. At a cost of what? Max just decides to chime in inside this fight and somehow has dished out some heavy blow. And still he's breathing over there with Pukar, providing assistance from up top. Team Xpark are in a whole world of trouble. Shadow and Joker, two of the players alive for Team Xpark. But for Carpediem, Pukar needs to be the hero once again as MOGO Esports, they rally their forces. This time the fight is against the players of Inferno Squad as PMWI IGL. I do not know what was going on in his mind. He just charged headfirst into that fight and MOGO Esports replied back in due fashion.
A lot of these players, they are actually charging in like headless chickens, but I believe it's all in the benefit of MOGO Esports so far. Justin, he still needs to be picked up. MOGO Esports wants to bring back their forces. 3 players still surviving. The nade connects once again. Inferno Squad, they had no idea that this nade was going to fly in and explode in right nick of time. The team MOGO Esports, they are doing things quite comfortably. Also have deployed the smokes to provide that virtual cover. But moving inside the circle is going to be a hefty task. Inferno Squad, constant pressure barraging at them. And Destro is going to be leading the charge this time around. Yes, Power and Justin on that buggy. Really want to see how they want to divide this fight. Yatin OJ in the front lines will be shut down from the back lines as well. MOGO Esports, it seems like Destro has fallen and that might be actually crucial as Power needs to finish this fight. But now Justin with the virtue of the play zone itself, I believe MOGO Esports, they definitely are taking shots and this can be not beneficial for them because they also want to confirm the chicken dinner for themselves.
Yeah, at this point MOGO Esports, it is far from home, but still a nice resurgence coming in from their side as Team Dragons, surely the favorite contenders to win this chicken dinner, considering the last player surviving from the opposing team has to be his Sparrows, who's decided to opt for a heal battle once again. 20 first aids on him. But the good news, the brighter side for Team Limra is that they've got 9 finishes to work around with. Team Limra to have survived that onslaught over there, a fight against the likes of Godstrain and then Orangutan, and wiping the floor with everybody being taken down. This certainly is also a comeback story from their side. Finally, all those teams that we were looking forward to see them make an appearance back at the top half of the table, they've already started doing so. Even same goes for Team Dragons.
Exactly right. You look at Inferno Squad, even they made it quite deep inside of the game. We'll have to look at how many finishes they had. Team Limra, of course, they have been absolutely fantastic so far. You look at MOGO Esports once again staging that comeback, going out with more than 12 eliminations. And then you also had Carpediem who were starting to feel themselves. Now, for Carpediem, it always felt like center of the circle is not really the best of positions that they want to be in. But at least for Team Limra, they've been extremely successful with this heal battle strategy. And I believe this was one of these strategies which led them make that comeback from round 1 to actually improve their performances to where exactly they are right now, Fixes.
Credit where credit is due to Dragon once again.
Yeah.
One of the players still contending for the iQOO MVP. Still vying out for that 4 lakh rupees. And who knows if Team Limra make it inside of the Grand Finals. Could also walk away with that Hero Xtreme 160R. Because in this particular fight, the way he performed, Salty, was quite phenomenal. Especially holding on to your horses when you've got God's Rain also into the mix. And then you've got Orangutan and still coming out through as the victors. I think Team Limra have done very well.
And I want to see Team Dragons, right? I mean, they definitely get the chicken dinner on the basis of their positioning. But this team really made waves in the earlier rounds because of their firepower once again. It was Night King who was pulling out the shots. Even Rana, as a matter of fact, had some amazing clutch moments himself. I really want to see Team Dragon pull that off. And for that to actually happen, they will have to perform on back-to-back maps Fixes. And the good part about this match was that it was played between teams between groups A and C. They are going to play once again. So a shot at momentum is what I'm seeing at.
And this game was quite different, considering how the circle really panned out right towards those southern extremities. And for Team Dragon to make that rotation early on, and for the circle to keep coming around them, it was a rather easier affair. While so many of those teams were engaging around the edges, I think for MOGO Esports, they completely cleared out that eastern area. And for Team Limra, the northern side, we saw Carpediem and Team Xpark. They also did wipe out that western region. But for now, Hesperos, maybe a final war cry from his side before he bites the dust as Team Dragons. The message was received, but it is not going to stop them from getting the chicken dinner in this one and stage this epic comeback once again inside of the semi-finals.
100%, but you know what I'm thinking in my head? Somebody has to take away those first hit kills from Hesperos and his hands, right? Every single match, this man is going to be the last man surviving, and for Team Limra, all he's going to do is... But anyways, coming back to the discussion once again, Team Dragons, great performance coming in from them, but MOGO Esports, this is the approach that we have been talking about, and I said that the circle is going to benefit them. When the circle benefits Destro, once again he shows his true potential. But the real question lies when the circle does not favor you. That is when I believe a true great IGL is tested, and that is where Destro does fall short a little bit.
I don't think he really fell short in this one, Salty, because to be honest, they were in such rough waters right from the very beginning. You could see both their players quite apart from each other. Then they had to reunite, and then they had to make their rotation inside. But this is where MOGO Esports' true strength lies, in those fights. And we finally saw them taking one. And they had been very methodical with their approach. They knew that they had to flush out one player, and they did all of that whilst getting so many of those finishes for themselves. And we're going to see those glimpses in this winner-winner chicken dinner moment. Because, yes, PMWI IGL, he was out of options. He comes out, MOGO Esports, there you have it. They get the knock. But what they do afterwards, look at this. Justin, he's trying to bait himself out, trying to confuse Owen, while Destro from the backlines, he is doing the bashing. Now, S-Power, he was clearly out of options. And even Team Dragons did provide some unwanted assistance in that final fight. And S-Power was pretty much out of any options, and MOGO Esports had to bite the dust. But towards the end, I think things were quite pretty much set up for Team Dragons and Team Limra, just by the virtue that they won those two fights. Otherwise, it could have been such a close call because Hesperos was with the team actually.
And I believe this is such a nice strategy, right? You look at the mixed approach coming in from Team Limra once again. Hesperos, we know as a matter of fact, this man will fall back behind and will go in for the heal battle. But that is not a strategy. That is an option that Team Limra always opt for.
They made it a strategy.
They made it a strategy so far. But also the fact that the rest of the three players, they are so capable of taking fights, right? They know as a matter of fact, if they enter into a squad fight, they will at least secure 3 or 4 eliminations on their board. And they have been doing that consistently so far. You look at Dragon's performances, every single match has been hitting those high numbers. And I feel like for Team Limra to find balance between being aggressive on the front, but also having someone who holds the fort and gives you those placement points, this team has found the balance between finish points and position points.
You know, another team that I really want to discuss about, we've talked over Team Limra, so let's talk about TWOB.
Yeah.
Because when this match started, we've seen that TWOB, given any circle, they somehow find themselves at the central position once the hard shift is there. Today was not the case. And today we could finally see those problems showing up. TWOB did not have a good time in this Miramar. And now the teams have understood maybe this is where they could really point them out. And I think even misery continues for the likes of Team Bliss. For medal also, because the first game they could just get that 1 point. This game they got picked off pretty early on. So they really also need to pull their socks up. Otherwise, again, that dreams to make it inside of the Grand Finals might remain as a dream itself.
I'm actually very surprised because possibly for the first time in the history of an official tournament, Medal Esports is not performing in the semi-finals of the tournament. Usually what happens is they are the table toppers of the semi-finals, and in the Grand Finals that is a completely different curse altogether. But coming back to this particular match, I don't really know what Medal Esports had in store for them, right? I get it, your drop location has been taken away from you. Blind Esports, for them, their struggles are also continuing. But for Medal Esports to be picked apart like that, in a way where X-Park, God's Reign, all of them come chiming in, all your players are completely dispersed, I don't really believe that that was a professional team in my eyesight. That felt like an amateur, but I believe those errors which are happening from Medal Esports, they can be fixed ASAP.
They really felt uncomfortable in this game of Miramar, if you noticed, because whilst they were trying to rotate around and when they met X-Park, one of their player gets taken down and it is Mayday for them. They're suddenly strangling, they're looking for somehow surviving, and eventually it was Team X-Park just hunting them down. And when you talk about this champion team, they have been literally all over the place. Yes, Carpediem did put a halt on them, but that did not deter them from getting a lot of those points, which will eventually reflect in terms of the point standings. They still have 7 points to them, but for MOGO Esports, these 12 finishes, this is what we're talking about. This is the MOGO Esports that we all want to see now on the top spot with 17 points to their name.
Absolutely. Now, for this performance, majority of the credit has to be given to Delta because of his shining performance, 6 frags all by himself. But I believe that with this performance, I believe the mojo of the team is also going to be high up. S-Power and Justin are also going to come chiming in. You look at Dragons with 16 total points. You've got Limra on 15 points as well. Carpediem on 9 points. Blind on 7. All of these teams, they are going to be safe and secure. But then we flip pages and then you've got Medal Esports with 0 points. And why is it so concerning? Because they started their day on a good note, Fixes. They started their semi-finals on a good note, pardon me for that. But now, today, it seems like they have come to a standstill, and I don't really want that to happen. Medal Esports, they worked really hard to actually come to the semi-finals, wanted to see them sail through towards Kochi, but if this continues, I believe that is going to be a very difficult job for them.
This is where I feel like Paradox is going to be truly tested, because he's one of the veteran IGLs, he's one of the old guards, and he's been quickly somehow rescue Medal Esports out of this slump, because you cannot miss even a single game. Out of those 2 games, just securing that 1 point. Now, this is quite alarming considering how good Medal Esports were playing in that very first day. So I think with 2 more games to go for them, they need to find some sort of recovery.
Recovery also has to be found for Blind Esports. I'm not really sure what is going wrong. Now, I did say that comeback was somewhat lucky, but it seems like I will have to eat up my words if they do make sure and perform on the map of Sanhok. They can mount that comeback anytime. We'll come back after a very short break. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen.
Seen my phone?
Yes, I have. It's so gorgeous.
Yeah, bro. Really? Hey, but have you all seen it?
Mega Taskers win at every level. iQOO Z9S Pro with 3D curved AMOLED display. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
The movie starts in 10. You can miss the beginning, or you can go ahead and challenge the clock. With an all-new Sprint EBT engine that goes 0 to 60 in 5.9 seconds. Presenting Hero Xtreme 125R. Challenge the Xtreme.
Welcome back after a very short break, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, we are excited for the 3rd game. But before we talk about the 3rd game, Mr. I Super Johnny, that map of Miramar, MOGO Esports mounting a comeback, how does that make you feel?
I mean, MOGO's comeback was incredible, but can we just admit that the map was extremely awkward as well? Because Team Limra, they played extremely well, but did you see that rotation from Tore Amuda all the way down to the southern shoreline of the island? It was so late, man, and yet it just worked out quite nicely for them.
Exactly. Even during the cast, I was like saying this team never really takes any time to switch between the gaze. They'll come in from the backline, still make sure that they are in the forefront of all of those fights. And Team Limra, they've done a very good job finding that balance. We have been discussing about that as well. Hesperos has been very successful with the heal battle, while the rest of the players, they've been very good with their firefights.
Of course, and another team that we have to talk about, because as you mentioned, MOGO did initiate their comeback in that previous game. A lot of frags secured by them. Team Dragons. Now, it might not be a big win, not as many finishes as someone like MOGO Esports or maybe some of the other big names, but still, a win is a win. They do get those 10 points for getting that chicken dinner in the bag, and of course, they had a decent number of eliminations by the end. So I think even Team Dragon, with that one match, does bring themselves in a decent position in terms of the points, although they're going to be still quite far back in the overall leaderboard. But at least with a few more matches left, by the end of the day, if they can get themselves close or maybe inside of the top 16, then I think Team Dragon is going to be in a safer position.
I believe the top 16 is going to be the way to go for majority of these teams. They want to finish inside of the top 16 by the half of the semi-finals, and then for the next half, just try and preserve their position. But ladies and gentlemen, if you also want to preserve your gameplay and possibly take it up a notch higher, then all you've got to do is try and get your hands on the iQOO 12. How you can do that is by going on to Google, searching iQOO 12, and you might be one of the 4 lucky winners to get your hands on this flagship device. Now, why do I say flagship? Because inside of Kochi, which is going to be the most flagship esports tournament in the country, all the athletes are going to be playing on this device. This device is that capable.
Exactly. The biggest players playing the biggest esports tournament in the country. And of course, one of the best devices you can buy for yourself. So, of course, I mean, it is going to be a big opportunity for everyone, like you guys, to participate in the giveaway that's being run by the folks at iQOO. And of course, 4 lucky winners are going to get their hands on the iQOO 12. You could be one of them. But talk about being lucky, and we are going to have a look at the overall leaderboard.
Yeah. Let's have a look at who is actually lucky on the overall standings as of now. Team XSpark, with that performance, once again, they will push up 56 points for them. Newman Esports, I feel like with 50 total points, they have done a phenomenal job so far, especially recovering their finish pointer game, right? Usually they have been banking on their position points way too much, but now their finish points, they're also doing quite fine. TWOB, 49 points for them, and Orangutan, I believe, in spite of all the mishaps that have happened for this team, even find their position on the 4th position, 42 points for them. Has been a decent affair.
Yeah, I mean, OG, as you mentioned, I mean, the aggression is what is keeping them in a safer position, because look at that, 29 finishes. That's not an easy feat, but for a team like Orangutan, looking at the players that they have, they're maintaining their average, and I think that is what makes me happy. That is all they got to do. Qualify for the finals. We'll see what happens in the finals once they get there eventually. What I'm actually surprised about today is the slowdown from Phoenix Esports in that first game, so I'm hoping to see them bounce back as well in the upcoming matches. Apart from that, a good performance from MOGO Esports bring them into the top 16. Now it's just about holding on to this and making sure that the momentum that they have gained for themselves from this game, they stick to this. Of course, still on single-digit placement points, MOGO Esports. So the consistency in terms of survival needs to be brought, but hey, that can be fixed before the finals itself.
That certainly can be fixed, but now look at this. A couple of names who come across as a very big surprise. Team 8-Bit, Carpediem, Hyderabad Hydras beneath the top 16. Yeah. Nobody expected this, especially for Carpediem. Johnny, we have been trying to discuss what exactly has been going wrong. And even for Hyderabad Hydras, who were so successful and so smooth in their fights, all of a sudden they start struggling.
Yeah, I mean, getting picked off mid-rotation, not really knowing where they are going. And Fixes actually talked about this quite a lot, not directly, but indirectly. He did mention all of the changes that the teams have been making in their drops. And I think with Hyderabad Hydras and Carpediem, it's the same thing. They are struggling and reacting to those changes, reacting to how the other teams are moving around. Because instead of having Team A that you know rotates from here to here, now you have a different team that instead of just moving and avoiding a fight, charges towards you. And these teams are caught off guard. Hyderabad Hydras on the other side, I mean, Carpediem might still actually prefer that fighting position, a team heading towards them. Hyderabad Hydras is not used to that. Hyderabad Hydras is a team that positions first and fights later. For them, if someone just forces themselves upon the side of Hyderabad Hydras, it becomes a very difficult point inside of the game for them to deal with.
I actually completely agree with you, because I feel like Carpediem somehow find themselves in uncomfortable shoes when they are at the center of the circle and they let the action come to them, right? They feel extremely off position. But talking about the matchup once again, which is in front of our screens right now, Group A once again will be in battle, and expecting a stellar display from TWOB and Phoenix Esports so far. Even 8-Bit, as a matter of fact, could not really be extremely successful on that map of Miramar. The rotations got a little too late and they were cut off by MOGO Esports. But this time, on the map of Sandhawk, we know that these players can go blitzkrieg and try and break through the opposition's defenses. But Medal Esports, they need to mount a comeback. The last game, they got absolutely dismantled by Team XSpark. What are your thoughts with Medal Esports been so far? Because I feel like they've been that one lucky chap that passes through all those examinations without studying way too much.
Yeah, but they're barely passing. That's the problem, right? I mean, when we talk about those students, right, hey, I haven't studied for the exams, the next sentence in that meme is, gets a 90%. Medley Esports, they're barely qualifying with like 60% right now. But again, it's Medley Esports. Players have a lot of experience. It's an organization that's been built for these players to be successful, have a coach as well now in the back. So it is going to be interesting to see how they progress. Slow and steady inside of the matches right now. They are making sure that the average is there. As you mentioned, Xpark right now with how they are playing, how their day has been going, a very difficult team to deal with. And I think Xpark, OG and Newman are going to be the biggest threats for anyone in this upcoming game, because it is going to be the map of Sanok, as I mentioned. Blitzkrieg might be a strategy that everyone goes for.
We'll find out what exactly is going to be the strategy at Teams take. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, it seems like the big bird, it is back up in the skies on the map of Sanok. But we're flying extremely weird so far. The flight path just completely deviating to just one part of the map. The Northwest Island being extremely focused upon. But the rest of the map itself will be alienated. If you still want to go towards Docks, if you want to go towards Kampong, towards Camp Charlie, it will be a big task in your job as well. But talking about the teams, they have taken their drops already, Johnny. I'm looking at those initial collisions which might potentially take place. Now, there are going to be those two hot drop locations, Paradise Resort and Boot Camp, which historically has proven to have given us every single time a nice little clash.
Yeah, but what I have noticed in the iQOO Bmps 2024 is everyone is just overthinking and overcomplicating their drops. And because of that, there are moments where Paradise Resort and Bootcamp might not actually provide you with as much action as you might expect. On the other side, it is going to be those off drops in the middle of nowhere where you're going to see those early fights. And this is one of those places just towards the north of that Temple Hill on Camp Alpha Island. We have a soft collision between the side of Xpark and Blind Esports. Sarang, you see on the radar, one of the players, one of the lads from the side of Blind Esports quite close to him. Sarang has found those weapons, a UMP and an Uzi. Decent for close quarters combat, and this is going to be a mid-range fight. On the other side, though, TWOB and 8-Bit, we saw both the teams gliding towards Painan. The collision does result in TWOB actually finding a big advantage for themselves. And we are going to see how that fight turns out. OG as well taking a collision against the players of Team Dragons, the winners of the previous match. But Blind Esports, Noah 21, still looking for an opportunity to strike Sarang. The nade was lobbed out, although he failed to find the connection.
Too chaotic start of a start in this match of Sanok so far. Blind Esports just falling back a little bit. Nova 21 needs to hold his ground. But I believe that this should be the way to go, with cover fire coming in as well from the likes of the rest of his team. Team Xpark, they definitely do not have a fighting stance in this one. Sarang will definitely take a couple of shots but needs to fall back. There is no trade potential between him and the rest of his teammates. And with the way Blind Esports are charging at him, it seems like they have blood in their eyes, Johnny.
Yeah, it is definitely going to be difficult for Sarang to survive from here on out. As you mentioned, the entirety of Blind Esports now charged towards him. But Xpark, they have a flank going. Look at the radar. One man from the top of the hill can dish out a lot of damage. Or maybe they're not even going to need him, because Joker kicked things off. Finds a brilliant knock. Noah 21 put down on his knees. And now Xpark looking to add more pressure into this fight. Make sure the players of Blind Esports are caught completely blind by this flank. Another man in the back lines gets knocked out. Down to a 2v1 for Joker, as the backup from the side of Xpark arrives. DP in the front lines with that nade is looking to find a trade, looking to equalize the numbers. Sarang knocked out. Can Xpark bring him back into the game? In the meanwhile, Blind Esports, they're going for revives in the back lines behind that broken wall.
Exactly the time that was given to Blind Esports, I believe they will try and get their fallen player back up. But for Team Xpark, they don't really care about Sarang. But look at this. SprayGod and his entry in this fight. Not that ideal. He gets shut down. Over there, Joker still in the backlines, but he has no ammunition in his UMP. That is one of the reasons why he was trying to buy time for the rest of his teammates. But now look at them. Even DP has run out of bullets on that double-barreled shotgun. Needs to try and resort back to the UMP as well. But Team Xpark have they faltered in this fight once again, Johnny?
It's a brilliant move from X-Park. All of the players, even though they were knocked out, they just stayed in the line of fire of Joker, and all he had to do was provide enough suppressing fire to deny the players of Blind Esports access to this broken wall. But now, as the players of X-Park are back on their feet, they continue to push forward in the fight against Blind Esports, one after the other. The players of Blind Esports falling down, hitting the floor. They're down to their last two surviving players. DP, he's trying his level best to try and secure those frags. Osho, sliver of HP, and he takes down Sarang somehow. Joker looking to find a trade, does not really work out, as X-Park is going to be the first side to be eliminated in this matchup, and Blind Esports, they survive, but no time for celebration, because Saurav, he's the last man left standing for Blind Esports, and before he can do anything, a third party by Inferno Squad. The sequence in which they secure these frags is going to be important, because either they get 2 or they get 3, and they just get 2.
Yeah, it seems like for Inferno Squad, they could not really do much but get that final play. They had to kind of confirm those initial knocks initially, try and get those eliminations on board, but that's still fine for Inferno Squad. The timing of this third party was pristine, but you look at Blind Esports for the way they have tackled X-Park. That was a pretty sweaty fight, Johnny. I mean, with X-Park chiming in, all 4 players just diving into this fight at once, I felt like they could have been the potential trade-off, but majority of their players did not have ammunition in their weapons. That is one of the reasons why they faltered. Even Blind Esports could just go in with that stamp, but now look at this, MOGO Esports. They find themselves in the center of the circle, not the center of the circle, just barely entering the circle as of now. But they still will have to cross over, Johnny. And the point of discussion being that circles like these always pressure these teams to try and cross on over towards the Camp Alpha Island. I believe that bridge is going to be hot in terms of traffic as well as a lot of action.
I agree with that, but I think we are going to have to wait for fights over there to develop. In the meanwhile, MOGO Esports, they wanted to see if they can scout some early information close to the bridge, close to the shoreline with this high ground, but the trades come in. Team Bliss, they do find a knock, but now it's down to Destro. He goes down as well. AJ still fighting for the side of Team Bliss, looking to secure those finishes for his team. MOGO Esports, they're down to the last 2 players. Delta PG in the back lines, looking to heal up. Oh, does he have information about Justin? Maybe not. This could be troublesome for the side of Team Blaze. Justin needs to secure those 2 knock players in front of him. They are relaying a lot of this info to that one man inside that shack. And AJ, Turbo in fact, was the one who found the knock with a nade Justin put down. AJ traded out. It's down to a 1v1 between these 2 sides. Oh, this is going to be close. Delta somehow survives. Turbo, can he find this finish? Another piece of utility, the Molotov, barely missing to connect. He has a nade as well, and he has isolated the players into that corner. Runs out into the open with the DBS. No utility left on this man from Bliss. The Molotov should connect. Just chipping away at a smidge of HP. He finds a molly and 3 nades, cooking this up. And it's going to be cooked to perfection, I feel. Right in their feet. Justin again knocked out. Delta has taken a bit of unnecessary damage as well. But Turbo looking to lob a molly indoors again. Looking to isolate these men. Oh, this is going to be big. I think this does it. Secures the finish. Pixel of HP. Turbo down to a pixel as well. Down to 20 HP. Last 6 shots and the jump shot in the end to secure that final frag. An extended 1v1. Knocks and players lost on either sides, but hey, at least Team Bliss is still surviving.
But at what cost, Johnny, is going to be the question, right? Turbo all by himself with 2 eliminations. Team Bliss, for sure, they had a good fight. MOGO Esports, the way they came in, I believe that they had no intention to actually take this fight, right? They wanted to leapfrog the likes of Team Bliss Esports and cross on over. The conversation that we were having, right? Cross on over towards the Camp Alpha Island. But instantly, players started to shoot. Team Bliss Esports, they did give away their presence, and that is exactly where MOGO Esports, they decided to fall. Look at this fight once again. All of their players just coming in, but with those vehicles, you have that little window where you can't really do anything much when you're disembarking, and that is where Bliss Esports really pressed that finish switch, right? All of their players coming in from multiple directions. MOGO Esports blindside in that one, but look at this fight once again between Turbos. So many utility being deployed in that fight. Justin, I believe he was knocked out in that fight at least 3 or 4 times in successive occasions.
Yeah, I think so. I think 3 or 4 times, as you said. But I think one thing for sure, right? Bliss, now that they have those finishes in the bag, and considering it is the map of Sanhok, there's still that option of going for a heal battle and looking for a few extra placement points from this game available to this team. And I think that is something that they might actually try, because we just saw Turbo with like 13 first aids already on him. So he's made sure he's looted up all of those crates for the bandages and for the first aids. He needs those boosters as well. So up until stage 3, stage 4, the boosters and the bandages can get the job done. From there on out, it's down to those first aids. But looking at the map right now, in fact, focusing on the team still sticking around in the blue, one of the biggest names that is struggling today, it is Carpediem. And everyone is hoping to see this team go all aggressive. But even on the map of Sanhok, where personally, Salty, I was hoping to see them just go guns ablaze, destroy everyone. They're still playing from that southeastern quadrant, which has a lot of isolated drops. I mean, Kampong, Docks, if you head anywhere in one of those drop locations in Sanhok, simply means, I mean, you are looking to play a passive game.
You are looking to play a passive game. That position has been historically identified to be laden with first aid kits. So majority of the teams who want to play the heal battle, they start their journey from there, take those isolated drops and try and squander for those first aid. But I believe in Carpediem, Johnny. I believe that they are going to make their way through. They are going to shift gears as well. But finding that injection point will be exceedingly difficult. But for Team Orangutan, right, WindGod getting taken down early on, I believe for Team Orangutan, it is extremely important for them to try and get back some sort of ground in this lobby once again, because control has been lost. Orangutan, the threat they used to possess with AKOP and WindGod in the firing lines, they haven't really been striking so hard, so that fear has kind of died down. But ladies and gentlemen, if you also want to instill fear in your opposition, who is also playing in the same lobby as you, potentially you will have to consider the official smartphone partner, the iQOO 12. And what a beast of a device it is. I mean, can't even talk much about it.
Yeah, never lose control of your matches, of your timing of your matches. I mean, 120 watt flash charge, right? As you mentioned before, be back into the action in a couple of minutes. Extreme plus performance as well inside of the device and in your games. But was hoping for an extreme plus performance from Carpediem. Still failing to show up, man. I mean, do not see that many first aids on Pucar, so I assume the option for a heal battle is still not there for them. Maybe now they're going to start looking for those fights. But the problem is it is Sanhok, so you're going to get spotted out. And there are those Sanhok snakes that we always talk about, waiting and lurking in those grasses. So there is a possibility that Carpediem can be caught off guard, but look at this, where they are going. They are heading towards the players of Team Dragon. Now, that is going to be an interesting fight if it actually happens.
Team Dragons, it will be left to be seen how many players are still surviving over there. But we had a lovely conversation about Carpediem yesterday, Johnny. And from a position where we discussed that the hit and miss strategy which they try and uphold, right, it can be extremely risky and taxing as well for an IGL to be getting eliminated every single time in the first couple of circles. Even if you go out with 7 or 8 points, I believe not getting that chicken dinner or not reaching the final circle a couple of times, it can actually take a mental toll on you, and you might start to doubt yourself, even if you're doing really well on the points table as well. So I believe that Carpediem, their approach has started to kick in, where they want to preserve their numbers up until the final circle. So far, they've actually done a good job. The circle coming down to that Delta region, I believe, is going to be an absolute blockbuster, because it does make the IGLs confused on which island should I actually lay my eggs on. Which one do you think?
I think depends on what kind of a team you are right now. If you are a team that avoids early game conflict, you want to play and understand and have every bit and piece of information before you charge into a fight, then right now the Ruins position is going to be the best, because there are not a lot of teams there. If you are someone who is willing to take a fight like someone like Xpark or maybe someone like MOGO Esports, both the teams, by the way, have been eliminated from the game. I realize as I say that, then maybe sticking around to that Camp Alpha position would have been much nicer. But as I mentioned, both the teams, MOGO Esports and Xpark, were quite unfortunate that they were forced into fight as soon as the game began. And they do not really have an opportunity to be here right now. Otherwise, I mean, being where the players of Phoenix Esports are, right on top of that Campa hill, it gives you a lot of information and a lot of opportunity to actually pick off those loose stragglers from the other side. But look at what is happening. God's Reign, they want to shut down the players from the side of Team Bliss, and it's the last surviving man, by the way, Turbo, who was responsible for the annihilation of MOGO Esports a few moments ago. He's been hunted down, or being hunted down, in fact, as... Who went after him?
Venom went after him, right? It's so funny. God's Reign, they are so after this man and his life. They want to find exactly where his position is.
Oh, he ran away though. They let him be.
But the problem is, how are they going to retrieve Venom once again? Are they really going to go down to the blue, try and pick a vehicle to pick him up? I'm not really sure.
No, in a situation like this where your teammate just takes that leap without a call out or anything, you just let him be there. You went there on your own. You come back up on your own. Stay
He's
there.
the Igil of the team, Johnny. I'm not really sure if he actually gives a call out. None of his players, they would actually come. They will have to come
But
down.
hey, he makes it, right? Being the smartest, I mean, being the IGL, he knows how to get back. So he's like, guys, all right, wait a second, I'm back. Just make sure you have one vehicle for me as well, please.
And the vehicle has been left behind. Possibly the best one, but for Team God's Reign, they will have to find a little better territory in terms of where they really want to survive. But coming back to this fight, Carpediem versus Team 8-Bit, I believe this can be a fight to watch out for. 8-Bit trying to make that rotation. Gamla Boy on that spray. Drops down the first player. Mac has been dropped down, but Mighty, I believe, is going to escape. Team 8-Bit, they have been struck.
Yeah, and this is going to be a big blow for the side of 8-Bit as well. Because with all of this commotion, even the team up top that hill now knows where the player of 8-Bit is. Mighty, not a lot he can do from here on out. Can't even play from for survival. Gets spotted out by TWOB. And TWOB have numbers in their favor. If they realize, if they figure out that it's just one player from the side of 8-Bit, it becomes very easy for them to actually go for that hunt. But TWOB being careful, they try to play for information. Prince, this is a very risky move. He's all alone and he finds himself running into the players of Phoenix Esports. This is not looking good, Salty. I don't have a good feeling about this.
Talk about Phoenix Esports. They love to have that high ground advantage. They love to have advantage in fights. And TWOB, it seems like for Prince OG, once again, similar situation has struck, where a lot of responsibility are going to be on his shoulders. He's the only player from TWOB to have actually made the leapfrog in at the center of the circle, while the rest of the players, they're still battling, they're still battling against Carpediem, and pressure from up top. Snowshot has been providing that cover fire. Carpediem have found themselves a standing chance, but on the other side, TWOB, I believe finally they have regrouped as well. So this Camp Alpha Hill currently has about 5 teams in contention and only one team at the tippity top, and that's going to be Phoenix Esports.
I love this situation. It's a King of the Hill fight on the map of Sana. Camp Alpha Hill, one of the best locations inside of the game. And right now, Phoenix Esports sit atop this mountain. They look down and look at the information, look at the position of the rest of the team, the rest of the players, and they're setting themselves up for success for those fights. In the meanwhile, Team Dragons going up against Silly Esports. Both the teams, they have taken a lot of knocks, traded out from either sides. It's down to Hydra. Hydra has been the best performing player for the side of Silly Esports, and this is his time to shine as well. Either he drags his team out of this very precarious position, saves the day for them, or Silly Esports just bite the dust and get eliminated in this match right here, right now. The nade, it needs to connect. He lobs it out, dishes out the damage, but gets pushed upon, and with the S12K, the final few shots connect, and Hydra, he's still the savior for the side of Silly Esports.
Saving Silly Esports day in and day out, but coming back in this fight, Medley Esports, they're back into a pickle, and this time it seems like Top Dog in a 1v2 right now, completely out in the open. He's going to charge in, but that is not exactly how you take that fight. God's Reign, they definitely are going to find themselves an easy finish to work with. Medley Esports, they survive with that one player, but look at this, Phoenix Esports from up top. They have spotted the likes of God's Reign down under. They know exactly where they are, and nades can be lobbed in, but the problem is Honey does not have any. But on the other side, Numinix Forever and Carpediem, they have a lot to work with. Pukar is still going to be surviving. Fierce in the front lines has been taken down, and possibly for the first time, Numinix Forever, they're actually beating down the likes of an aggressive team like Carpediem. This is their transition. They have transcended.
One of the scenarios we literally spoke about before the game began. What surprises Carpediem is a team they were not prepared for pushing towards them. And Newman Forever, the way this team has picked up the pace, picked up the aggression today has been incredible. The push comes in. Carpediem lose out on 2 players. Pukar and Max still surviving in the back lines. But this is an open position, so they can't really escape from the slope as well. With the information compromised, Omega All he needs to do is line up that nade, and he does actually quite precisely. Forces Pucar to stay behind that rock. Doesn't matter if they secure the knocks in this fight or not, as long as they have that map control to work with and keep the players of Carpediem pinned behind those rocks, Newman will come out on top in this fight.
They are coming out on top in this fight. Pucar has been taken down, and I believe one of the reasons why Carpediem has been faltering in these 4v4 fights is they barely use those utility, right? Numanix forever. They did such a fantastic job with those nades and the utility and the Molotovs as well. This time around, Carpediem just falling short, but still one of their players will still survive. I believe even Pucar can get revived over there in that situation, but Carpediem needs to make that mad dash inside the circle. Ladies and gentlemen, if you also want to make a mad dash in your city rides as well, why not consider our official mobility partner, that is going to be Hero Xtreme. But getting back into this fight once again, Numanix forever. It seems like the temple is not going to be very peaceful for them, because Phoenix Esports, they're going to open them and welcome them with open arms.
Yeah, as we mentioned, King of the Hill, and it is the fight to decide who actually rules this mountain. Phoenix Esports, uncontested for the last 5 minutes, finally put under pressure by the players of Newman forever. And it is going to be an important fight, but down the slope, TWOB taking on the players of Team Limra. Legit knocked out. 2 players left from the side of Limra, so they have the advantage to work with as Sarvit runs inside the corner behind the house, and he's trying to fight for his life, finds the trade knock. It's down to a 1v1 between these 2 players. The ADS from Prince Oji, who's still left alive in the backlines. Alright, TWOB, more bodies to work with, and that is the same mistake. The mistake that I made, I think it was the mistake that Team Limra also made, is miscount of TWOB. Prince was still there, Sarvit was also there. And Limra, they're down to the last player. Again, Hespero's forced to stay in the blue, go for a heal battle, just like that first previous game of Miramar. Although Phoenix and Newman, to be honest, that fight has just gotten a little extended. I expected that to be wrapped up a little bit quicker.
Exactly, right? With so much third-party presence, it seems like both the parties, they're kind of trying to fall back a little bit. Inferno Squad, they are definitely in that valley region, but not the best of positions to try and hold yourself. They will have to go all around the way, and I'm not sure if they will actually reach the circle themselves. But in the process, might actually find Esperos, who is in the backlines, trying to go in for a heal battle.
He gets distracted!
Wait a second, Max! He does not find Hesperos either. This man is still alive and he gets taken down. Hesperos is so lucky.
Yeah.
I have no clue how this man is still surviving, but he does. No matter what, who goes right past him, this man is still standing tall with his first aid kits. He loves those bandages, I'm pretty sure.
You know, there's this like gaming meme where you just max out one stat upon your player.
Yeah.
That was Hesperos with luck 100, maxed out fully. Because, I mean, there was opportunity for Max to take him out, but he got distracted by those moving vehicles, and Hesperos just stayed alive because of that. Max took so long to decide where to pull the trigger that he could do absolutely nothing. But hey, talk about doing nothing, and it turns out that Phoenix Esports and Newman did absolutely nothing about each other, and TWOB, they decided to show up to help these 2 sides settle the differences. Although there are no openings found from either side, it is going to be the 3-way stand away between these 3 teams. And Sayan moving from the flank along with Honey, I believe, can be the interesting opening that we are hoping for. TWOB, how do they react to this, especially with Hesperos in the backlines looking to cause some trouble?
Pretty interesting what Team Phoenix Esports are trying to do over here, right? They want to try and take down the outliers first before they charge in at Newman Gaming as of now. Have a look at their silly esports. One of their first players has been taken down in an open contact. Ash and the rest of his crew will try and creep their way in without getting spotted. But now look at this. I believe one of the players from silly esports, Akshu, will get spotted. He will get quite easily knocked down. Numanix forever. They're moving from strength to strength and from cover to cover. But for Phoenix Esports, I believe their territory is now being challenged. Not just from the front lines, but also from the back lines with TWOB now also starting to open arms.
I mean, silly esports over there just getting baited into pushing up towards the temple. And now Newman, I think, might have just made the same mistake, because this is an opportunity where they get sandwiched between TWOB and the players of Phoenix Esports. But Phoenix Esports, wrong angle of approach. It puts them into the line of fire of TWOB. It's an extremely difficult position for all of these 3 teams. The top 3 teams inside of this game. 3 versus 3 versus 3. It's an equal fight between all of these sides. I wouldn't even say there's a terrain advantage for anyone, because anyone who overextends right now just gets sandwiched between two sides. But TWOB, 3 nades cooked together and lobbed together. Damage dished out to Sayan, but no knock is secured over here. Still looking for that opening, and no one has found anything as of now.
As of now is going to be the key word, Johnny, but I believe Numinix Forever, the way they are gaining advantage inside of this circle, they certainly are inching closer to another chicken dinner. But as of now, TWOB, they have been sized up in that small pocket of space. Look at this. I believe 1 nade from Omega, 1 nade from Ash should be quite enough to actually clean them up. And even Phoenix Esports from the back lines, I believe as soon as this team, TWOB, pop out, I believe they will get exterminated, Johnny.
And here they come. They have stood up. They are pushing towards Phoenix Esports. Knocks from either side. Phoenix down to the last player, but TWOB, they have lost 2 as well. It's down to Prince. Newman, 1 player down. Ash and Way still left standing. Prince runs inside of the smoke and he gets picked up. Newman, 1 versus 2 against the last surviving player from Phoenix Esports. I guess the chicken dinner is pretty much theirs. It's down to a 1v1, a fight for the shotguns. Away still left standing, and well, at the start of the day, I was talking about how much he has brought and in fact improved his firepower in this iQOO Bmps. It's time to show us what you're made of. The legacy, the legend is gonna fall, and out of nowhere, it is Phoenix Esports rising from the ashes and stealing the chicken dinner away from Newman. What a game! Just 5 finishes, but all of them came in that final fight.
Absolutely. Talk about the Kingslayers, and here we have Phoenix Esports. I mean, I love the way this team plays every single time, right? Be it on the attacking front when they try and demolish teams in a matter of a snap, or when they are falling in the back foot, but they still hold their ground. Look at the way they actually try to preserve their location. They knew there was so much threat there. TWOB was coming at them. Numinix Forever was coming at them. Even Silly Esports had their presence as well. But all Phoenix did was try and latch onto that edge of that ridge, and they played it from the back lines ever since. But they did such a good job with it. Absolutely brilliant.
But I mean, you put a team like Xpark into a similar position, and you know this would have been just absolute destruction on anyone trying to climb that slope. So Phoenix Esports, they had an opportunity to do a lot more.
Yeah.
But I guess they did a lot of heavy lifting yesterday. So for today, even with these 15 points, they are going to be good to go in a very comfortable position in that overall leaderboard. Although it was an important game for the likes of Silly Esports, as we mentioned about them. I mean, yesterday, yeah, it was a decent start today as well. They are doing quite decent, but Silly Esports, we have seen what this team can do, especially in round 1, right? That was the best performance we saw from an upcoming new team. And Silly Esports, I think it is that time right before they head into the finals that they regain that old form. So I'm happy seeing them figure out how to break into the top 4 of this particular match. And of course, Team Limra also doing well, but again, I think not a lot about this game. Whoever got to that hill early ended up doing well.
Exactly, but one problem, since we are discussing about Silly Esports once again, is the fact that Ranveer himself has been getting taken down early on in fights quite often, more often than not. And it seems like in that fight against Team Dragons, had Silly Esports kept their man numbers advantage, potentially they would have also had a say in this final fight. But Numinix Forever, they were absolutely brilliant in this one. Phoenix Esports did try to hold up their ground initially. Then, of course, MOGO was being completely pressured. And this man, we know time and time again, his shots with the shotgun are also accurate. You can't even blame Ovis, right? Because he was trying to peek out.
What do you mean? We can clearly blame him. We stood out in the open, crouched and peeked like that. Gave the other player the advantage of the angle.
I know that, right? But Snowjot's movement is ever so brilliant. He constantly kept on jiggling, trying to make him confused on when he's actually about to peek out and actually shoot out, right? So I believe Phoenix Esports, they have countered the situation perfectly, but we'll have to find out how many points have they acquired and how many points have the other teams acquired so far, because Numinix Forever have also been hitting the right target, Johnny.
True.
Look at the way they have been transforming themselves into an aggressive outfit right now and being ever so successful with it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, 2 games. First game of the day, Wrangle, they actually won it. So that chicken dinner was a big one as well for Newman Forever. And now in game number 3, they have a top 2 finish with a lot of eliminations, by the way. So I think the total tally for Newman might actually help them surpass Phoenix Esports in terms of total points secured in this game. And I think Newman Forever is actually doing brilliantly in terms of adjusting to this new play style, where I think they're just catching a lot of these team off guard. And again, with Ash and Oasis, you combine this combination together, and that those mid fights adapting not adaptive calls, but those mid-fight changes that quickly happen. All right, now we're on an open slope. There is no cover. There's just very skinny trees in front of us. So yeah, instead of hiding, let's just push forward. Lob utility, lob out nades, try to see if we can make the opposing side uncomfortable. Those things we haven't really seen Numan Forever do that in the past. This time around, it is incredible. And as I was saying, look at that. 11 finishes, 17 points secured.
Absolutely. Quite comfortable for Numan Forever, even for Phoenix Esports as well. 15 points coming in from them. TWOB, they have mastered some level of consistency that I've not really seen so far. 10 finish points, 5 position points, 15 total points coming in from them as well. Inferno squad, I believe this was the resurrection in the overall standings once again. 12 points secure. At least they'll get off the mark. At least they will hit that double digits once again. Silly Esports, you talk about them, 6 points on board. God's Reign at 5. But Blind Esports, problem for them still prevail, Johnny.
Yeah, Blind Esports are just every single time being caught blind. Even in this particular matchup, I mean, that early fight against the players of Xpark, yes, they did win it. They had players surviving. Unfortunately for them, instantaneous third party comes in from Inferno Squad, and we can't even blame Blind Esports for that, right? You can't really do anything about it. Xpark took down 2 of their players, and those players were knocked out, by the way, not even finished off. I think Xpark finished off 1 man completely. 1 was knocked out. The other 2 players just got picked up by Inferno Squad as soon as they showed up. Same went for MOGO Esports. Same thing happened to the side of 8-Bit. 8-Bit did have a fighting position, considering they started from the southwestern quadrant, so they had a slower start. They could have actually done a little bit better in this match, but unfortunately, even things did not work out for them.
Absolutely. We look at the match summary once again. 60 eliminations that was encountered. 54 smokes used just, but then look at the number of the grenade finishes, right? 8 grenade finishes. Stunning performance from all of these teams, but barring one, Johnny, once again, the questions over what Carpediem exactly is doing, because problems are going to be there. We expected this team to be in the top 16 once again, failing to do that yet again, and then we saw that debacle with Max. But no matter what happens, at least there's going to be that one constant. Hesperos will survive no matter what.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that one moment sort of showcases how confused Carpediem is right now, and I think in a situation like this, considering not a lot of matches remaining for Carpediem now, at least today as well, all they need to do is don't think, just do. Like, they have to pull a Top Gun Maverick in this in today's matches now. I mean, because the moment they start thinking, we saw what happens. Confusion between who do I shoot at, who do I try to take down. And I think just keep things simple. If someone's charging towards you, you push towards them. Doesn't matter if you're losing players. Just try and take the fight. Try and get those points one way or the other. That is the strongest thing Carpediem is good at.
Exactly, right? The biggest surprise was the fact that Numan Forever, whom we touted to be a defensive team, pushing up against Carpediem and completely blowing it off proportions as well. Now, of course, we can discuss that Pukar is out of form, Gamla Boy is out of form, but all of those discussions will get continued. But as of now, we're going to push to a very short break. Don't go anywhere. The action is going to continue.
Ain't nobody fresher than a mega tasker. Talk about stronger, quicker, faster. Slider, gonna make way for the mega tasker. And fully loaded, go the ammo. Keep getting bigger, better, faster, plan. Yo, throw a challenge and you shall know. Tap, 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 slide of ammo.
Who's winning?
Who do you think? Mega Taskers win the game at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
Move out with my baby on the side. Move out with my baby, got a style.
Seatbelt, please.
And we go right, baby, it's a long way home.
The new Xtreme 160R4V, the fastest 160cc. Challenge the Xtreme.
मम्मी का फोन है, एक मिनट। किसी और को बात करनी है क्या मम्मी से? Take 63. Ouch. I'm not doing this. 300.
यार ये एक्सूट इतने कूल है, लेकिन अगर शूट ही नहीं होगा तो दुनिया को कैसे पता चलेगा?
Xsuits so stunning that even Dynamo won't let us tell you about it. Xsuits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
भाई इसको कोई एक्टिंग सिखाओ यार।
क्या हो रहा है?
कट, शूट कैंसिल। आना प्योर। अबे बंद करो बे, आंख में छुप रहा है। कट, शूट कैंसिल।
हार पूरी रात निकल गई, अगर शूट ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा, खत्म ही नहीं होगा, तो ये लोगों को कैसे पता चलेगा?
Xsuits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the iQOO Bmps 2024. 3 games are done and dusted. It's time for us to head towards match number 4, and we know it's going to be an interesting day because now Necro is finally here with me on the panel. Necro, where were you for the first 3 matches, man?
I mean, I was just sitting in the back lines looking at the games, and you know, recently I've been a little bit under that weather, but yeah, speaking about Newman Forever, man, it's tactical brilliance coupled with just the right amount of firepower. Now that combination's working out to perfection.
Exactly. We knew the tactical brilliance was there in this team from the start. We were just waiting for the firepower to show up, and it seems like in the semi-finals they have definitely brought that into the mix as well, and it's just working out quite nicely. Converting 2 games out of the 3 they've played today, and 2 more matches left, so hopefully in the next 2 games we are going to see them be a little bit more consistent. But now the difficult question and the question of the hour, Necro, what is going wrong with Carpediem?
It's Carpediem we're speaking about, man. The stubborn 4. You know, this team is always one of those that never backs away from a firefight. And now that's also been a big problem for them. Considering they never back away from a firefight, they always like to face their fears head on. That's always a big problem for Carpediem. Sometimes they can come out on top in those duels, but sometimes they can also crumble. And right now they're playing inside of the semifinals. You remember at the start of the day as well, we were having a conversation about Carpediem, and I mentioned this as well. If they keep on playing the same way, there's a high chance they will crumble. And now that the exact same thing is happening.
They can go 2 ways about it. That's my personal opinion. Either they can try and switch up their playstyle or just double down on the exact same thing they're doing. More aggression into the mix. But hey, if you want to be aggressive inside your matches and if you like your device can't keep up, check out the iQOO 12, ladies and gentlemen. An amazing device, Snapdragon 8 Gen 3. The Xtreme Plus performance that you are looking for is going to be there in the iQOO 12. And of course, the 12 volt, 120 watt flash charge that comes with this phone. It gets you back into the action in a couple of minutes. Necro, did you get an opportunity to try these out yet?
Of course I did, man. Especially I was playing the game on the extreme settings, and still the phone did not overheat. I was just having a smooth experience inside of the playing field. But yeah, moving back towards Carpediem's conversation, right? Because that's much more important. Because speaking about Carpediem, it feels like as they have moved inside of the semifinals, they do want to bring in that tactical nature as well in the firefights. But that's also screwing up with their own mindsets.
Exactly. I mean, just double down on the aggression. Go at it with everything you have. Do not back off. You know, there's this title that I love. Never back down. That is what Carpediem needs to do. But hey, overall rankings in front of us. Newman Forever, as we keep talking about them, they have done quite brilliant for themselves today. 67 points secured. TWOB still doing great, just like always in the semifinals on the second team Xbox. So no surprises, I have to say, within the top 8, apart from Silly Esports making that climb into the top 8 with 37 points. Because I mean, it's a weird way in which Silly have been able to execute their climb today. More position points rather than more finishes, because that is what we were seeing from them in the past.
Hands down, man. For Silly Esports, once again, this is what you like to see. Consistency on the board.
Yes.
Not really getting those flashy plays, but still keeping themselves in that top 8. And another team that is sort of bringing in that same nature in the playing field has to be Team Limra. Hesperos is the man who always goes for the med strat, and he's the only player who's surviving till the final few moments. For some reason, he never gets taken down the first.
You know what? I've realized something, right? In the last tournament where we saw Team Limra for the first time, which was the BGI's 2024, it was different players from the side of Team Limra who were performing really well. Gokul and Hesperos were the aggressors. They were the ones securing all of those finishes for the team. This time around, it's Dragon OP who has stood up for his team. He's doing quite well at an individual level, and that is where majority of the times the frags are coming for the side of Team Limra. But hey, looking at the last page of the leaderboard right now, I think trouble in the world of Sarkar Gaming. Hyderabad Hydras as well, sitting outside of the top 16. Now, that is a very interesting conversation for us.
Yeah, so here's the problem, right? So many teams are still outside of that top 16, and just imagine the amount of demons they're going to be fighting inside their heads, right? Carpediem, 8-Bit is right over there as well. A few more known names in the outskirts. And now for Carpediem to breach inside of that top 16, it's always going to be much more tougher. The teams in the top 16, they're playing it much more safe.
Yeah.
They do know they want to bring in that consistency on the board, and a lot of these teams are actually succeeding onto that factor. But Carpediem, they're slowly and steadily losing that momentum, and that's the problem.
And again, it is due to losing fights early inside of the match. They do not survive for long. That's always been the case. But at least in the previous rounds, even though they would get taken out by stage 3, stage 4, they would take an exit with like 10 eliminations, 8 eliminations every single time. And those 10 and 8 points consistently gained in every single game kept them in a very brilliant position, because their average was always amongst the top performing teams of every single match they played. This time around, that's not working out. They're taking exits with like 2 points, 3 points per game. That's like the bottom 5 of every single match that they play.
And you know what? Speaking about Team X-Park as well, yes, they're not really over here in the playing field anymore in the upcoming game, but still, man, speaking about X-Park, just try and compare this gameplay to the gameplay we saw in the round 1 and round 2. It's not the same anymore. Even inside of the round 3, we saw Team X-Park with quite a loose setting. But now in the semifinals, Team X-Park off the rip in the day 1, they had so many points that now they're pulling off some weird shenanigans. They're going for any sort of fights that they can see on the screen. And yes, in some of them, they do come out on top. And some of them, they do get absolutely rolled. Like the previous one, they faced off against Plan Esports.
I mean, I remember this one game of Sanhok where it was X-Park. You were there with me during that game. They just ran around the entire map hunting down. I think they were able to rack a lot of eliminations in that particular game. I think it happened in the Bmps 2023. It was one of the matches in the early rounds for qualification, and that is how they decided to qualify. I think X-Park right now, they're getting back into that same mindset of just running into those fights, looking for those finishes. But hey, it's X-Park. They're already in the top 3 of their leaderboard right now, so who cares, right? They are in a much safer position.
So that's the best part about it, right? The entire conclusion that I was trying to come up with is that so many known names got eliminated in that previous round that all the other big names now, once again, got that reality check that they knew, okay, if we're going to mess things around in the first initial days, we're not going to have a chance to recover anymore. We might just be the next one to be eliminated from the tournament. That's why Team X-Park, from the day 1 itself, this time, they started buckling things up, and now they're there in the top 3. No one's going to shake them away.
But buckling things up, that is, okay, we're not going to talk about X-Park anymore. They're not playing in this game. Hyderabad Hydras, another big name, Necro. They were consistent throughout their journey. Outside the top 16, as we had a look on them in the overall leaderboard. What do you think is going wrong for them?
Hyderabad Hydras, the same thing is happening, just what happened to them in the past as well, man. It's their own demons just conquering over them, and for some reason, Hyderabad Hydras is overthinking a lot of those scenarios, while they're not really supposed to be think that way. And here's the problem, right? Hyderabad Hydras, they do have that tactical brilliance, but for some reason, considering they overthink so much, they just miss out on the right timing to rotate. That's been happening with Hyderabad Hydras a lot of the times.
And again, this is where, again, just like we were talking about Carpediem, things need to be simplified for the team. You need to stick to one call, one mindset for the entire lineup, all 4 players on the same page. And as long as things are kept simple, I think Hyderabad Hydras, they have a lot of potential to strike back and bring themselves back into the action. Any other outlier that you might have a lot of expectations from for the upcoming map? Because, by the way, it is going to be the map of Wrangle.
It's the semifinals, and I would like to see RTGxIND as well. Maybe pull something nice off, right? It's quite a known name as well. They have been giving it a shot for such a long time in the officials, but now might just be the chance RTGxIND is looking out for. This one single game can turn the fates, but as we move on to the upcoming map of Wrangle, still there's a lot of those mysteries left to be unfolded.
All right, here we go. The map of Wrangle in front of us one more time. And this time again, Necro, every time you and I are there on this map, we have a very default flight path. This one starts from shooting range and it goes to the southern edge of that military island. It's the most default or the preferable flight path you could ask for inside of this map.
Hands down, man. But it's really good for the players, right? Considering they can move in whatever spot they want to, unless if they want to move in towards Kamishki. Now, that's going to be a tough stretch. But still, speaking about Group A and B, you've still got quite a lot of those known names, right? TWOB dominating through and through for Team 8-Bit. Still, the struggles are clearly visible on the screen, and this game might just be the game they're looking for. Considering Fairpier is not that far away, for Team 8-Bit, it's going to be quite a default start.
But I want to talk about the lesser known names over here, because we have had incredible performances from the newer team. Ignite Gaming still doing amazing today. They started the day being in the top 5, and of course they've kept the momentum in check. Phoenix Esports, coming off that big win from that previous game of Sanhok, I believe are going to look to carry forward their momentum inside of this matchup. But let's see how this game turns out for them. Even Team Dragons, by the way, had a chicken dinner today. And this was a team that started all the way from that 20th position, getting an inching closer to the top 16. And if Team Dragons can breach inside the top 16 before our day today comes to an end, then there's going to be a lot of hope to see this team in the finals. Team Limra, a name that came into the limelight from BGI 2024. Picking up the pace today. They've secured a lot of eliminations. The performance on that map of Miramar was actually quite amazing. My eyes are going to be on them as well as they head towards Query for some reason.
Right next to 8-Bit. And for 8-Bit, they're looking forward to get these early elimination points to boost that confidence. You move on towards Team Dragons. We had a conversation about this team as well towards the map of Miramar. They played phenomenally well. Had quite a nice position as well to end things off. So yeah, for Team Dragons, you can't say the momentum is with them, that's for sure. And speaking of the zone shifts down south towards that military base. MOGO Esports, it's in their home turf. There's a high chance they can conquer this game.
Oh, but look at this. Ignite Gaming, we were talking about them, and it seems like it is going to be an unfortunate start, or could have been. One bullet in the end connected. Legit switches over to the M16. It has a much better range. Sarkar on the run. I wonder if the players from the side of TWOB actually do try and chase him down, and yes they do. The hunt is on, the chase is on. Ignite Gaming, I had so much hope from this team, but it seems like it's going to be an unfortunate start. If they lose out on any one of these players in the early stage of the game, the struggles are going to continue to the later stages. They have no weapons as well. But Aurora in the back lines has found the M4, and he can be the game changer in this fight. TWOB, they might have pushed in a little bit quick.
Yeah, he might just be, man. And generally speaking about IG, it's not one of those teams that's going to be easy to be eliminated from the lobby itself. They do know how to rely on that survival instinct. Aurora in the back lines, just waiting for the right moment to strike. As we transition towards another fight, it's going to be Versatile versus Carpediem. And already, Carpediem losing out on Gumbler Boy. And this is what I'm speaking of, man. Just missing out on that timing every single time. Team synergy not really working out that well. And trying to bring in something new to the mix, that's catching them off guard.
Hey, but in this fight, there's something new to the mix as well, Necro. And it is called Reckoning Esports. They show up out of nowhere, just lurking around these compounds, and I think a few shots fired in their direction just forced them to stay back as well. Legit now needs to run inside some concrete cover, otherwise he's getting shot in the back for sure. Finds a little bit of safe haven to work with. But this man, from the side of Ignite Gaming, he was the prime playmaker, or at least he was supposed to be the prime playmaker for his team, but his position was compromised just a tad quicker than expected, and that allowed the players of TWOB to react and isolate him inside of this building. Now, trying to deny the push on this first floor to Prince. Aurora with that Vector can actually find the opening knock in this fight. All he has to do is connect that pre-fire, but the jump shot, and Aurora is going to be the one on the receiving end. TWOB, they find the opening against the players of Ignite.
It just blows. He whiffs all the shots with that Vector. And that leads him to his demise. TWOB, a way to kick things off. That one single elimination point's going to count a lot. And look at what Hyderabad Hydras is doing. I like this. It's not the first time they're pulling this off. They've also done this a lot of the times in the past as well.
Yeah.
Especially when the zone's down south. Hyderabad Hydras, they like to do this. And Reckoning Esports, they're more than aware of what's happening on the opposite side. So that's why now they're backing away from that spot.
Oh man, a pre-fire shot on that car, I think. Just gave it all away. Even Reckoning knows what Hyderabad Hydras is going to be up to, as you mentioned. Not the first time they're off to this. They've done it multiple times in the past, and everyone knows that there's going to be someone waiting right on the top of the bridge. But hey, now this is quite interesting. Somehow Ignite Gaming do manage to avoid extending the fight or extending the standoff against the players of TWOB, and they managed to protect all three remaining players. Put a little bit of distance between them and the players of TWOB, because you know for a fact, no matter what happens over here, the third party from Reckoning or maybe from Hyderabad Hydras is going to destroy whoever survives this conflict. But Ignite Gaming now back off, take control of Milta. That gives them a little bit of breathing room and a little bit of tactical options available to try and outmaneuver the players of TWOB, force them into a corner and gain that man advantage back, or at least equalize those numbers in their favor.
It's crazy what I'm seeing from TWOB. It feels like they're absolute maniacs to pull this off. But considering they're in the top 5, they can afford to do this. They've already got so much cushion to play with that even if one single game left out, it's really not going to hurt them at all. TWOB, they do not want to let loose of the players of IG. They've already found the man advantage. Prince underneath that house. He's just waiting for the first confirmation. But Hulk, he's going to be the one to find the first strike. He does do a lot of that damage, but no knocks.
No knock secured. A man inside of the smoke. Cyrax and Prince. He's been taken extremely low. A shot on anywhere in his body, and he's going to be knocked out. But the distraction, the noises, the commotion from the side of TWOB a little too much, and it feels like Ignite Gaming right now are just panicking under this pressure. Thor knocked out. Termi also taken care of well. Sarkar, he's going to be the last man surviving. I think this just might be the end of Ignite Gaming. Now TWOB, they have map control. They will have the utility as well. And here comes the push, the last man. It's an all or nothing moment. Can't really do much, man. We have to face this end of Ignite Gaming in front of us right here, right now.
It really blows to see what exactly is happening on the screen. And Sarkar, he's trying his best. Last-ditch effort, and even that's not going to count. A perfectly placed nade will put that nail in the coffin. The man's done.
Yeah. Quite an unfortunate early exit. Expected a lot more from Ignite Gaming today, but hey, I think they did gain that safety cushion yesterday, right? All of the points they were able to secure, as we mentioned, they started off within the top 4 of the overall leaderboard. Today hasn't really gone their way, only gaining 3 points since the start of their journey today, but still in a decent position, in a much safer position on the overall leaderboard. The opportunity to strike back will still be there, as one more map will be there for players of Ignite Gaming. But that's the first quad wipe of the match, and TWOB again in an incredible form. For some reason, TWOB, everything this time around has been working out quite nicely.
I was looking at the map too, and Hyderabad Hydras, they've left that bridge side. Now the teams won, they can move into the opposite side, by the way. Reckoning Esports, the ways are clear. We know it, but they don't. But yeah, moving back towards Team Limra, right? We had a conversation about this team at the start of the game as well. And just the fact that Hesperos is the only man who manages to stay alive till the final few moments. It's crazy, man. How does he not get picked first?
I have no idea, to be honest. And I think it is... so look at this. I think this is how he does not get picked first. Because I think the plan of action for the side of Team Limra is also would just protect Hesperos. Because the other 3 players are in the front lines and Hesperos has been left in the back. He's the last man to move out. So he just stays safe while the other 3 fight. And also, again, one big thing, Hesperos, who was the best performing player for the side of Team Limra in the previous tournament we saw them in, has been taken off that aggressive role. It's Dragon OP who's been put into the front line. So it leads me to believe, is there more that we can expect from Team Limra in terms of aggression?
Exactly my point. It feels like Team Limra is hiding something. And probably they want to unleash themselves on with full potential in the Grand Finals.
And it's not just one man. They're hiding one more player. Gokul as well is incredible in terms of firepower.
They definitely have got some strats cooking up in the back lines. We need to go and check the boards of their boot camps. Ooh. But you know what? The previous game's iQOO MVP was on the screen a while ago. Ash from the side of Newman. And the crazy part about Newman is that you've got Omega and Mafia stepping up on the occasion. And because of that, even now the 2 IGLs, the big brain guys, even they're able to get a lot of those eliminations racked up. So as I mentioned, man, tactical brilliance coupled with just the right amount of firepower.
I think if this goes on, it's not long before Newman is going to be in a position where you can start calling them one of the best teams in the country.
Hands down. If they manage to keep on pulling the same consistency off even in the Grand Finals, then we can.
And this team has the potential to actually pull it off, as you mentioned. I mean, 2 of the biggest brains inside of the game, combined with 2 current best performing players in this tournament.
So, me and Salty had a conversation about this, right? If you do want to have 2 IGLs in one team, that's actually a really good thing. But one IGL should be a flexible IGL.
Yes.
Now, me and Salty had this conversation as well about Revenue Esports and their dream team that they had. On paper, that was one of the best lineups that you can ask for. Punk being the flexible IGL and Sensei being the proper IGL.
I feel it should have been the opposite.
I would still say Punk is much more of a flexible IGL because he's got the firepower as well properly to try and cover up for it, right? So he can still be the man who can aggress on Fort. But hold on to that conversation for now. Team Limra, they found some free frags on the port. All they need to do is just put out the fishing nets and get this underneath their court.
Nah, Necro, I need you to bring that wireless fishing rod back from BGMI's 2023, man. Because that is what is going to happen. All of these points are going to be picked up by the players of Team Limra. And Team Dragon, yeah, it turns out these aren't water dragons. They can't really survive in the water lines. And they are getting shot at. 3 players knocked out. There's nowhere left to run.
Such a blunder.
Yeah. Can't even run, sorry. No left to swim.
There's still one more man in the water lines, and he's crossed all the way on the opposite side. He's pretty far away, and that's why you can see Poco is on the hunt as well. Rana's on the move. He does not want to be caught, and Poco, he does not have his line of sights on that player just yet. Look at Rana. He knows if he peeks out, even just by a margin, he will be spotted and taken down, but he's also going to be suffocating to his death, so he needs to be careful.
Alright, I have a question. Is the reverse of a Coast Guard a pirate? Because that is what was happening over here. Coast Guard is supposed to save your life. That man is trying to hunt him down. And then there is WindGod Esports.
Technically, if you think about it, yeah, Team Limra was the pirates, right?
Yeah. But then they were also on the shoreline. Yeah, we're going to come up with an analogy for a play like that. But in the meanwhile, WindGod Esports, a long rotation with a boat. All 4 players still in it, and they still have a long way to go. So this is where things get a little stale for the side of WindGod, because once they get to the shoreline is when things get a little intense. Now they start to guess, all right, are we a little late for the shoreline control? Are we going to expect some action? And they have to be extremely careful. Right, a huge shout out to our official smartphone partner, the iQOO 12, 120-watt flash charge that gets you back into the action quicker than WindGod will reach the shoreline in this game.
Oh. I mean, for WindGod, yeah, as you mentioned, it's quite a long way to go. Still all the way in the water lines, they're going for a botation. And Phoenix Esports, man, wind is in their sails. Previous game, they clutched it.
Yeah.
Now this one, considering, yes, they are trying to think it through a lot, and the bridge lines as well, they're being camped. The only way Phoenix Esports can get away harms free is going to be waiting on this side for as long as possible, go for that med strat, and then when you know the bridge is pretty much cleared, that's when you try to breach in.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to let the other teams fight amongst themselves, let the crowd thin itself out, and then you strike.
You do not really want to be a part of that chaos, huh?
Yeah, of course.
But if you're Carpediem, you're never going to back away from these type of scenarios, even though you're not really doing too hot in the overall standings. And that's the problem of Carpediem. They bring in that tactical aspect of the game when they do not really need to. And when they need to, they don't.
Yeah. Carpediem, I think they should have practiced tacticality at the start of the tournament. Right now, it's just for them as well. They need to have that one big game like MOGO Esports at the start of the day, right? You get those double-digit finishes. And you secure those finish points, and then you try and play for the momentum later on, or X-Spark for that matter. But Carpediem, I think, even struggling to convert those fights, man.
Yeah, but here's the thing, right? Even if you're just fully aggressive inside of the lobby, you've got a nice playing for as well, and you know you've got the firepower to pretty much take down the entire lobby itself, then just playing aggressive as well can do the deal.
Yeah.
But the problem is they're overthinking a lot, and they need to stop doing that.
I know what's happening, Necro. I think it is time for Carpediem to listen to one of Necro's motivational speech.
So you want me to piss them off? Is that what you said?
No, it's not Angry Swans, man. It's Carpediem. You got to give them like a Carpediem speech.
A motivational speech?
Yeah.
As a child, you've always heard you were born with a mission. And the mission is to qualify to the Grand Finals of the iQOO Bmps 2024. Stadium filled with 3,000 people watching you on the stage, competing to be the best in the Indian region. And Carpediem, you can be one of those as well. What's stopping you are the demons in your head. And you need to conquer those. What do you think, Johnny? Was that good enough?
It was good enough. Not your best work, Necro. I mean, I've heard better from you.
Listen, man, I'm not really feeling too great either. So,
yeah, it's okay. It's okay.
This is what you get, right?
Yeah.
You paid me less.
I wish I was the one paying you. But hey, I mean, along with the Demons, I think it is Hyderabad Hydras as well who's stopping their way. So that is going to be the first team for Carpediem to deal with. And I think it is better that it's Hyderabad Hydras because Hyderabad Hydras is also one more team that's struggling for momentum today. So that's going to be a much more preferable fight for the players of Carpediem to deal with. All they have to do is just like stick to the action, do not get confused, do not try and back away midway. On the other side, Sarkar Gaming. And just like the players from Phoenix Esports, this is another team that's sticking close to the shorelines. Although Phoenix Esports have decided to move towards that pancake area. And I believe they are going to try and swim across that river, swim towards the shoreline of that military island, while Sarkar Gaming just sticks around the shoreline of the main island. It's not an easy position to play from, to be honest. It's just making sure that the bridge is going to be clear before they move forward.
Yeah. Or maybe they can get their hands on our official mobility partner, Hero Xtreme 125R.
Yeah.
And have a smooth sailing towards the opposite side of the islands. So quick, you won't be spotted. But you know what? Moving back in the game. Team Limra, we had a conversation about this team as well, knowing the fact that now the bridge lines are pretty much secured. You cannot really move in towards that same vicinity. And Team Limra is pretty much doing the exact same thing. Staying in the back towards that Primorx area, going for that loot. They're pretty much getting their hands on the meds. And when they do top themselves off, they're pretty much going to be going for that med strat on the upper island. And when they do have the assurity that, yes, the bridge lines are cleared, that's when they're going to start to move. Godlike on the screen, facing off against the players of RTGxIND. And both these teams are quite on the struggling side of the spectrum. They need to be careful. Consistency is something that needs to be brought in the game.
Of course, and it is quite surprising to see the side of Hero Xtreme Godlike slow things down. They were doing so well in the early stages of the tournament, and even the start to the semi-finals was a decent one, but unfortunately right now, today has not been that great. Still looking to bounce back. RTGxIND, the back lines, in the front lines, it is going to be God's Reign blocking their way. And all of these late breaches, man, this bridge pressure, now they're going to be forced to deal with it. As you mentioned a few moments ago, TWOB has been waiting for these late breaches on the other side of this No Rep Noi bridge for a long time, and now could be their opportunity to strike. By the way, we are heading towards one of these most chaotic military based circles right now. It's going to be towards the southwest of the military base, just close to the fence. And there's not a lot of cover. There are a lot of broken planes that you can utilize, but not enough cover to hide a full 4-man roster. So teams are going to be forced to play a little bit far away from each other.
Oh, shots taken. Equinox with just a red dot. There's no way you're going to be able to spot anyone. Just spamming in that general vicinity.
Wants to keep them pinned down.
Yeah, 9 bullets in the spare. Now that's a problem. The man's burning through ammunition. Sarkar Gaming in the front lines, and for Team Versatile, supplies as well, looking all-time low. For Equinox, he needs that resupply.
Things are about to get intense over here, Necro. Because while we were talking about Sarkar Gaming, while we focused on Team Versatile as well, there's one team that we completely missed out on. Team Limra all this time were hiding in Primorsk, and here they come. They are moving in towards the players of Sarkar Gaming. And with Phoenix Esports also being there towards the right-hand side, towards that pancake area, I wonder who will survive and move towards that military island from here, from the main island.
Sarkar Gaming, right next to VXT and even Phoenix Esports. Man, 4 teams. And it's not just 4 any teams, 4 deadly teams right next to each other. Desperate for points, desperate for momentum. Even one single knock is going to be the go call. It's like a Mexican standoff towards that vicinity as you move on between a fight of MOGO Esports and 8-Bit. And already, it feels like MOGO Esports, they're falling weak.
Yeah, they just charged in blind into this compound. A few moments ago, MOGO Esports was the one camping that military bridge. But as soon as they charged towards a safer position inside of the play zone, they get caught off guard by the players of 8-Bit. S-Power is the last man left standing. The knocks were traded out. One man, Mac, was knocked out from the side of 8-Bit, but it's going to be very difficult for them to be able to secure those frags unless S-Power just pulls off a miracle. The Molotov is going to force him into a corner. The revive onto his fallen comrade. Delta is going to be denied. And wait,
what?
It was his own Molotov that ended up finishing Delta over there.
Oh my God, MOGO Esports. What a big choke this was from S-Power. That could have been a revival. That could have been a 2-on-3 in the makings, but he still messed up big. His own Molotov knocked his own teammate out and finished him. And now look at Reckoning Esports. They chime inside of the fight. As TWOB, they get wiped out within an instant.
TWOB, I mean, already taking a massive beatdown in the early stages of the game. Now are going to be wiped out, as you mentioned. And as we saw, Reckoning Esports, they found themselves a decent position to work with for the endgame situation. But look at the cluster that's forming around them. We just saw the players of 8-bit towards the left, towards the right. There's going to be another team in the form of WindGod Esports. Who? Wait, this is a miracle. How is WindGod here already?
I mean, WindGod Esports, they found themselves quite the smooth sailing, huh?
Yeah, I mean, last we saw them, they were in the water heading towards Novorupno in a boat.
Yeah, they probably came all the way down south of that military island and now got their hands on a pretty decent spot.
Oh no, Sarkar Gaming, that's not your team. That's a different squad up front in the form of Phoenix Esports. Shots fired, none of them connect though. No knock secured, but not just Sarkar Gaming over here. Team Versatile as well in this mix. Team Limra moving in from the backlines of that military bridge as well. So it's a full panic rotation from 4 teams. 4 heavy hitters that we saw a few moments ago on the main island. Now finally making the move inside of the play zone. But now in the middle of nowhere, it is the gods fighting amongst themselves as God's Reign decide to take on Hero Xtreme Godlike. Punk knocked out. Sim taking a lot of damage. Still in the fight though. And here comes the danger man Jonathan along with Admino. But God's Reign, they push them into a corner and they beat them to a pulp. Sim also getting knocked out. God's Reign, they have a massive advantage to work with. And even Carpediem on the other side of this race do want to join the action, but they are struggling to find the angle of approach. But what just happened to RTGxIND? Did they just eliminate themselves?
Yes, so many friendly eliminations happening on the board. Even RTGxIND, they contribute to it. I'm not even sure what exactly just happened in that fray, but speaking about this one, God's Reign, even they're on the verge of facing off against the players of Carpediem. And Carpediem, they could have found the right timing only if it would have been a little bit more quicker. But still, Fury's knocked out. And now the fight's taken down to a 3-on-3.
Wait, where did Godlike go though? I mean, a few moments ago we saw that team between these two sides as well. It seems like one of the players from the side of Hero Xtreme Godlike did actually manage to escape. But the utility exchange between the two sides, Fury from the side of God's Reign did get knocked out. Carpediem still left with 3 players. Nades landing quite close to Fierce, but he still does manage to stay up on his feet. All of that smoke is causing a lot of distraction. Venom knocked out in the back lines as well. So Carpediem, they do have the upper hand, but this is what we were talking about, Necro. Ideally, in a position like this, Carpediem would just commit to this fight and push forward. Right now, they are staying behind that smoke, playing for cover, and it's not really working out. The players from God's Reign are recovering. The revives are coming through.
Yeah, it's a big problem. Carpediem is constantly spamming through. Considering they've got the high ground advantage as well. The position is something that's going to matter. Oh, the nade's right next to him. Luckily enough, Max backs away in the nick of time. Another nade sails in, and that's going to find the confirmation that's needed. But even Fury's knocked out once again. Even for God's Reign, it's trouble in the paradise. Max trying to back away to safety. Pokar can get the revival on the fallen player. For God's Reign too, the same thing can be said. Both the teams, they need to go for the grand reset.
And at least for the side of God's Reign, they have the numbers advantage to work with. Max back on his feet, but the blue zone is going to dish out a decent amount of damage, so the players are going to be put down once again. Pokar as well needs to be careful. They need to get out of here as quickly as possible. Max has been left behind, and the players of Carpediem on the run. We have never seen this before. It's such a rare sight, and Necro just feels extremely weird, man. You know for a fact 2 players knocked out against God's Reign. Carpediem, they should have gone for those finishes, but backing off, I think they are headed towards another early exit even in this match. Look at this, Godlike. They survived with 2 players. Admino, last man left, gets run over by Hyderabad Hydras. And Carpediem, they just keep on pushing through for the zone, but I don't think they make it anywhere. Pokar got knocked out. It's down to their last man. Fierce still somehow managing to survive, but in the midst of chaos, he also runs into the hands of Team 8-bit. And they're going to be very happy with that finish being handed to them.
So many teams within a burst got eliminated from this game, Johnny. 8-bit as well, wiping out the entirety of Carpediem as they step foot in this compound. For 8-bit, they've got so much surrounding awareness. They know where teams are positioned around them. Information about the surroundings is going to matter a lot. The intel, it's quite valuable. Hyderabad Hydras. Smoke's being spammed. No safety house for now. Another nade being tossed, and no, that's not going to find the knock just yet. But the amount of utilities that are being tossed from the side of Team Limra, it's going to be next to impossible to dodge all of those.
Man, it's like fireworks going on top of the heads of Hyderabad Hydras right now. Down to the last man, and CDS somehow still managing to stay alive. It's quite incredible. Crypto right next to him, but all of these smokes, man, they are indicators as to where exactly the players of Hyderabad Hydras are hiding. And Team Limra, huge props to Team Limra. From where everyone thought that they were beaten down and battered, they are bouncing back in an incredible manner today. Being extremely consistent, this nade is definitely going to put Crypto back on his knees. And I don't think Hyderabad Hydras is going to be surviving for long in this matchup. Too much pressure, too much damage taken. Yeah. And there it is, the wrap-up comes through. Both the players in Sirius and Crypto get finished off, but Team Versatile still in it to win it. They finish off the players of Sarkar Gaming. But before the reset comes through, WindGod chimes in. And Versatile, they do have the numbers advantage to work with, and WindGod in a very precarious position as one of the players, Savitar, is going to try and take that utility exchange against Somraj. The smoke was lobbed out to deny the line of fire to the players of WindGod Esports in the backlines, but Sarkar Gaming finally get finished off. SKSR, the last surviving player, is going to be found in the backlines. The exit to the house denied because of the Molotov, and Somraj, he's isolated, a little bit separated from his teammates, so he needs to lay out those wall of smokes to try and gain some soft cover for his team.
Versatile. There were so many teams around that fray, but still, luckily enough, they're the one to survive everything. And now, looking at the game so far, Reckoning Esports, yeah, that nade's going to mark their death. MOGO Esports from the top was constantly spamming through, and now WindGod, they finally break the fight against the players of Versatile. That's two of the players. They've already been knocked out.
Oh, that's going to be the first one to kick things off. The trades coming in. 2 versus 2, WindGod. They have to try and build up more pressure on the players of Team Versatile. Dreams, he's looking to push forward, but I believe Necro, the amount of utility committed and exchanged between the two sides a few moments ago, it's made sure that there's going to be no safe options, but Savitari gets knocked out and WindGod Esports biting the dust. Dreams get taken out as well as Somraj, the IGL, decides that he's going to do everything by himself. 5 finishes secured by Somraj in this match all alone, and he's putting his teammates on his back and carrying them into a winning position. WindGod down to their last 2 surviving players.
Team Versatile, still there's a lot of that problem in the back lines, and they still haven't dealt with it completely. And that's always going to be a demon, hindering them from the back lines constantly. Versatile, they need to make that push, and that's what they're exactly doing. The pounce comes into fruition, as still Rex is in the back lines. He single-handedly strikes down 2 players, and now the fight's taken down to a one-on-one for Team Versatile. They get third party from the back lines, but the likes of Team Limra.
Where did that nade come from? Somraj getting taken out. As you mentioned, it was Limra's Dragon who lobbed that perfect piece of utility and just kicked out the entirety of Versatile in an instant. WindGod, they end up finishing third because of that. And guess what? Team 8-Bit, they finish second in this game. Mighty has still not been spotted out, but he can't do anything in this situation. It's a 1v4, and Team Limra, what an amazing day for this team, Necro. I mean, they have been absolutely incredible. The run over comes through, and the chicken dinner for Team Limra along with it. And I have to say, it's a brilliant one. It's a big one as well. 16 eliminations secured, 26 points from a single game.
You can pretty much say Miramar in the bag, even this one in the bag. Team Limra on an absolute epic roll. And this is what you like to see from a banner like Team Limra, right? If you talk about this team as well, they've got a nice tactical brilliance going on with themselves, and even power too. Even that's perfect.
They come into action. You've got Inferno Squad, Newman Forever, have really nothing to worry about them. Medal Esports, this is one team I'm really eyeing out for, and even Team Blind. So for Blind as well, I think this is one of those teams we've seen them engage in those early fights, and they've been failing to convert them in their favor. Yes, they get a couple of finishes for themselves, but if you talk about them trying to wipe out an entire squad, that is the big problem that Team Blind has been suffering.
Now, once again, keep this thing in mind, knowing the fact that Team Xpark is once again going to be back inside of the playing field, and Team Xpark, they know they've already got a lot of points in the overall standings. They're doing way too good over there. So Team Xpark is taking fights left, right, and center, just like TWOB. And that's one of the main reasons why both these teams weren't really able to do that great today. But speaking of Team Xpark, now they're also going to be that spoil sport in the game of Weekendy. They are definitely going to try to hunt down teams. And if it is going to be Team Bliss in the radar of Team Xpark, then that's going to be a big problem, because Team Xpark, they have been hunting the weak.
Yeah, this has also happened earlier. We saw in that game of Erangel also, where they were third-partying the players of Team Bliss. But then again, I kind of beg to differ that TWOB have been playing similar to like how Team Xpark has been approaching, because for Team Xpark, it is pretty much the same storyline. It is my way or the highway. We've seen them put themselves in such rough situations, but for TWOB, the one game that they really failed was the game of Miramar, where they could not get any point. We could see that they were playing right from the very edges. So we could spot out those minute cracks inside of their playstyle, where if they do not get that circle center, that is where the real trouble arises.
I mean, TWB yesterday, they had a nice mix of methodical and frag-heavy approach, but today, it's not the same thing. They're just going full heavy on the frags itself. But let's move on to the game of Weekendy.
It is starting to feel cold over here, because this is the final game of Group C for the evening. And if they have to hit, if they have to fire on all cylinders, this is the map where they have to do it. Team Xpark, we know they've had a spectacular run. And like I said, Necro, they're loving the way we've been loving the way they've been playing, especially how they are putting themselves under such dire circumstances and still coming out victorious. I'm pretty sure we might get to see Team Xpark in the Grand Finals with the way they've been performing, unless and until there's a huge debacle and something goes really awry. But eyes will be on the likes of Medal Esports, on the likes of Team Blind and Bliss, as to how they perform.
Even Godlike, they're quite desperate for the points too, just like RTGxIND. Something needs to be done right here, right now. For Godlike, a lot of that time's been passed away from their hands. It's already the day 2, and if things are not tightened up right now, then later on, buckling up will be way too tough. And the previous round was a prime example of that. A lot of those big names were eliminated, and you do not want to be the next one joining in the fray. We did see the plane flat pad too. I'm just looking out for a few collisions, a few clashes, but we do not really see them on the board yet. Medal Esports next to SG. Maybe that one can come into fruition, but still both these teams, it does seem like they're going to have their own merry way to move on forward. Reckoning Esports underneath the players of Team Bliss. And at this point in time, if you're Team Bliss, you need to play it safe. It is the map of Weekendy. It allows you to play safe for a long time.
Of course, you would want Team Bliss to collect as many points as possible out of this game. But then again, I'm really concerned, like you said, Medal Esports and Sarkar Gaming quite close to each other. But when we took a look at this circle, you could see it's the exact replica of the zone we had yesterday. The one game where Orangutan emerged out victorious. It was a fight till death against the likes of TWOB, and considering they had that high ground advantage, they had no problem sealing the deal. But like you said, again, a very important game for RTGxIND, for Hero Xtreme Godlike. Really interested to see how they perform, because for Hero Xtreme Godlike, Necro, barring just that first game of Erangel, everything has been tumbling down. Nothing's really working out for them.
Hands down, man. Consistency has been dipped away from the side of Godlike. And I'm not sure what's going to be the one to bring them back in the race, but it just feels like, once again, the semifinals jitters. A lot of these teams are overthinking the scenarios that they do not even need to. Especially Carpediem can be a prime example of this. Now, Carpediem, before the semifinals itself, they were all about that aggression. Make the push, get the elimination points, have that consistency on the board, and keep on moving forward. But now, considering they're in the semifinals, they want to bring in that tactical nature. And considering they want to bring in that tactical nature, they're shying away from their prime playstyle, and that is aggression. And that's why they're struggling now.
And you do talk about testing the waters. I feel like we've come at a phase where they really have to put their A game on.
Yeah.
Because struggling quite a lot. And for Team Carpediem, that's also what I felt. I felt like they're playing out of their natural strengths, and that has been a cause of concern. But no concern so far for Team Xpark, as yet again they're out on a hunt, and this time their force could be Inferno Squad, unless and until Owain could thread the needle. But it is Jatin who gets a knock on Joker, and no trouble whatsoever getting the confirmation.
Keep this thing in mind. If Team Xpark gets eliminated from this lobby, that's going to be the early threat neutralized.
Yeah.
And that's going to help the entire lobby in general. An Inferno Squad, they've already brought down the Formidable Squad to just a 3-man. So that's really going to be adding up. Jatin was the man to find the first pick, but here comes Team Xpark. And it's one of those teams that's not going to let go off the tracks, considering they did see the elimination feat. They know it's Team Inferno Squad, and Xpark, they do want to get the revenge. And here comes Sarang, and this first strike. Goten gets knocked out. There's still PMWI IGL underneath. And I don't think so he would want to be a part of this entire kerfuffle.
At this point for Inferno Squad, best possible way is to still somehow try to latch on to things, somehow try to take this fight. 3 players already grouping up. But Sarang really has that high ground advantage to play with. It's all about finding another knock, and then you can see the players of Xpark bringing the fight back to Inferno Squad. Especially wounded, but this team usually gets enraged in situations like this after facing that casualty. But PMWI IGL, as discussed, he's taking a flank angle, and look at SprayGod. He's got an open fire, and he does so, but Gotten manages to find cover at the right nick of time.
Shots are constantly taken with this barrel. It's now SprayGod was able to chip away a little bit of that damage. And the fact that he's using a barrel for that range with a 6-6 onto it, it's just crazy. And he still managed to find the knock too. That's nicely done. Jatin gets knocked out. Inferno Squad now in a big world of trouble. The table's being flipped against them. What can they do to recover the pace? Goten, even the man's back on his feet. So yeah, for Inferno Squad, they've got a lot to lose.
For a moment, I really felt like Goten's grenade could have just taken a dip, and it could have been disastrous for Inferno Squad. But Shadow also rallies up with his teammates, and Team Xpark this time deciding to bring in all that heat on Inferno Squad. Have that high ground advantage to play around with as Jatin. He cooks up one more grenade. Shadow instantly patching himself up, getting himself back to fighting HP. As Team Xpark are starting to look quite restless, Necro.
They've got the high ground advantage. And Xpark, knowing the fact that the foes are right underneath them, and it's Xpark we're speaking of, they will be restless. Joker was already knocked out and dusted from the game, and Xpark is now jealous. They do not want to let the opponents live. A few more smokes tossed out. Inferno Squad do want to evade the tracks of Team Xpark, but Xpark, they do not want to let him go.
At this point, though, Inferno Squad being cautious as ever. But look at this from the far off fray. PMWI IGL, he needs to pull out a rabbit out of his magic hat. As Sarang, he already has sensed him over there, spotting him out. Couple of shots taken at his direction as another fight going on. Orangutan do survive the onslaught of Hyderabad Hydras, but not out of the woods yet. As WindGod decide to instantly charge in. They also want to be a part of this breach and take down OG for good.
2 teams got wiped, by the way. Blind Esports and Hyderabad Hydras.
Yeah.
And Blind Esports got wiped by the likes of RTGxIND. What is exactly happening on the screen at this point? WindGod Esports 2 now, they're facing off against their foes in the front. OG, they found themselves a little bit of this compound to play with. Not exactly the safety one, though. But still something they need to work with. AKOP. He's there in the outskirts. The only thing that's keeping him alive are the smokes. But a fight between Team Xpark and Inferno Squad. This one comes back to life.
It certainly does. Look at Goten's position. As Team Xpark, piece by piece, they're bringing the numbers down. Now Inferno Squad down to their 3 men. At this very point, SprayGod at very low HP as Goten decides to strike, and he decides to go big. Surely has to see this one through. But eventually, second thoughts, and now SprayGod, he's got enough time to patch himself up. Shadow providing that cover fire. Look at Sarang from the far off fray. He knows if Inferno Squad come to face with him, they are going to get quite some bashing over there. As now, Team Xpark, Shadow and SprayGod decide to move in tandem with each other, dodging this grenade. And suddenly Goten out in the open, but still manages to take down Shadow in the process.
Shadow's knocked out. And now here comes the cavalry from the side of Team Xpark. Sarang is there in the back lines. He's pulled out the DBS2. And Sarang is constantly going for that spam. Team Xpark in a big world of trouble too. As Sarang was the only glimmer of hope left alive. He will be extinguished from this lobby.
Oh, he certainly will be. What a fight. Taken by Inferno Squad. I'm pretty sure Goten, he's got a huge smile on his face. The way he handled that situation, especially after getting that first knock. And then that recovery. Then that another knock onto SprayGod. That is where the deal was sealed. Inferno Squad live to fight another day. As we take a look at the circle, I think it's a battle for that central control. We've got Orangutan, we've got WindGod, we've got another team just beside them. It is going to be Hero Xtreme Godlike. And this time, Hero Xtreme Godlike again going for that central approach. And we have seen that so far it hasn't really worked out for them. But let's hope this time it could be a whole different story.
Still a lot of those teams in the outskirts, by the way. You've got the map popping up on the screen. Newman Forever, there's a high chance they might just clash against the players of Reckoning Esports. And Newman's one of those teams that will not have a lot to lose. But looking at the replay of that previous fight and how it kicked off between Hyderabad Hydras and OG, considering Hyderabad Hydras, they were the first one to hit the deck. They got eliminated by the players of OG in quite a great fashion. But still, they gave it their last-ditch effort. But in the final few moments, he was already to clutch things out and put that final man down.
Always the clutch master, isn't he? We've seen him in various tournaments, various situations. Whenever the need arises, this man steps up for his team. Such a beauty. And for now, Orangutan, it's a good thing that they've also managed to recuperate in that particular situation, still holding on to their numbers. As we talk about the previous game, the iQOO MVP, Dragon OP, no surprises whatsoever. He has been just so good. Even in that game of Miramar, he had around 4 to 5 finishes to his name, and then just add on in the previous game of Wrangle 7. I'm pretty sure he's going to give quite some competition to the likes of SprayGod and Admino by the end of today's games.
He will. If he keeps on moving with the same pace, hands down he will. 7 finishes on the board from that previous game. It's crazy if you think about it. And you know, me and Johnny had this conversation about Team Limra. It feels like they do have a lot of those secret sauce still they haven't been revealing yet. Especially Hesperos is supposed to be the main playmaker for this entire lineup, but now it's someone else who's taking the charge. And I'm not sure if that's intentional or it's something they just want to keep hidden.
This is a really good point that you and Johnny brought up. Because when we really felt like Team Limra, they might have gassed out, there's always something up their sleeves. And we could see so much variation, so much depth in this style of play. Honestly, when it was just about those heal battles, they suddenly decide to go aggressive. And if you want to go aggressive, do check out this phone. iQOO 12 5G, our official smartphone partner. And another gentle reminder for all our viewers, all the top 16 teams that make it inside of Kochi, the Grand Finals, they will be playing on this device.
And yeah, even if you want to have a smooth gaming experience, move on ahead and check it out. It's quite a hell of a device, right? You have been playing on it for such a long time.
Yeah.
You've got months and months of experience onto it. And someone that's got a lot of experience too, it's going to be Reckoning Esports. Still lacking a little bit in the overall standings, but today's day might just be the day where they pull off a comeback. Day 2 is supposed to be the day of comebacks, but considering we've got 4 days to go, 2 and 3 can be the day of comebacks.
They have to be, because you cannot keep things till the last. Because if you have that sort of a mentality, we know what happened in round number 3. You do not want to go crashing out like that. And we have been talking about those comeback stories, and we want to see them happen. Team Limra certainly has staged one. And Inferno Squad, when they were just being bashed over, they're being pressed at, I liked how they responded back. Did not really get phased by the aggression shown by Team X-Pac. Rather let the players of Team X-Pac make those mistakes. And gotten him being the hero of this particular fight. Especially that knock against PreyGod. That was quite brutal.
It indeed was, man. For Inferno Squad to come out and top in that fight, just shaking away the players of Team X-Pac, and we had a conversation about this too, right? Considering if you're going to get rid of Team X-Pac early off in the game, that's already a big threat neutralized. Now they're not going to be a threat to Team Bliss, neither reckoning Esports or OG. That's a good thing. These teams can keep on moving on forward smoothly. And it is the map of Weekendy. Off the rip, you do not really expect a lot of that action to happen, but we've already seen 3 teams take an exit and a few individual blows handed out RTGxIND and even Inferno Squad.
No, Necro, I wanted to have this conversation with you. Really quite early to get into that, but still, what do you think the cutoff shall be? Because I'm assuming somewhere in the ranges of 75 to 80 at a full stretch.
75 to 80, man, that's... I think so. That's a lot.
You think it's going to be lower?
Yeah, I think it's going to be lower, man. Somewhere around 66 to either 71. Somewhere around that.
See, the only reason I went on the higher mark is because of the fact that we've seen in those final days, the teams at the bottom, they suddenly understand that it is now or never, and they start pushing up for points.
Here's the thing, though, right? With how the competition's going on so far, I genuinely think so. This time around, the teams in the top 8, they will start to create that vacuum. We will see a lot of those teams just going for the elimination strats, left, right, and center, just trying to squeeze away as many points as possible. And once again, for the teams that have already qualified, now they're using these grounds as the testing grounds. Team X-Pac, TWOB are prime example of that. Even Team Limra.
Even Reckoning, for instance, because we've seen them trying out different drop location. Metal Esports also did try to experiment, but seems like they have to wake up to their senses. Now, the only reason I bought this matter of the cutoffs really are because around that middle order, we still have quite a lot of competition going on. Going on. Not a lot of points really differentiating between these teams, but yes, in that bottom half, we can pretty much see that there have been teams that are struggling. I think the idea should be for all these teams to somewhere come close and end at the 40 mark. Especially then you would have the pressure eased off a little bit. Otherwise, for the likes of Sarkar Gaming and for the likes of Blind, things are looking quite alright.
Look at the elimination feed for now, though, Fixes. We'll continue that conversation. Team Bliss in a bit of a trouble. The man was already knocked out. It's Sarkar Gaming taking shots against them. And for Team Bliss, desperate for points. Already one man cut short. It's not looking too nice. KSR7's going to be the man with the evil face. Already getting that one elimination scooped up. And Team Bliss now is already going to start to feel pretty bad about it. And Sarkar Gaming's always been one of those teams that does not like to go for the fights early on. They like to move in later inside of the fights.
Really not one of those teams who like to force those fights. But we've seen in cases where if a fight comes to them, they're not the ones to really shy away from. But this time, a decent opener from their side. We could see them get that one finish. And all these teams are rotating quite quickly inside the circle, just like our official mobility partner, the Hero Xtreme 125R. Definitely check this out if you want to cruise through the cities. Make sure you have got those fast cutting angles. But for now, Inferno Squad surviving the X-Pac onslaught. Already are sitting at 4 finishes. But this is what I wanted to talk about. Team Bliss, a team that is sitting at 17 points. What are the odds that they break through the 30-point marker at least, considering they've already lost out on one of their players?
For Team Bliss, no matter what, they need a nuclear performance.
Yeah,
one big game.
Mm-hmm.
And that's going to propel them in the top 16. In a decent spot with cushion I'm speaking about. If they do just want to breach inside of that top 16, then maybe 10 to 12 points in this game itself can do the deed. But Still, it's Bliss we're speaking of, man. Season inside of the round 1, round 2. Man, these guys were doing so good. Round 3 as well, a little bit of those struggles, but then later on, we saw things tightened up pretty well. But now over here in the semifinals itself for Team Bliss, I'm not even sure why are there so many struggles. And as we mentioned, right, it's pretty much about those jitters, semifinals jitters. A lot of these teams are overthinking a lot of the scenarios, and they're just catching themselves afar.
Nobody really expected Bliss to be making such a long run inside of the iQOO Bmps. If you talk about the storyline, this team coming in from scrimmages and making their way in the tournament, this had to be redemption arc, and have already exceeded expectations. When you look at those players, so
that's the thing, right? You pretty much just answered your own question, right? So Team Bliss is one of those teams that a lot of that experience. So I personally expected them to be over here in the semifinals.
You did, but again, talk about them having those experiences, having those long runs. When the last time they made it? Quite some time, at least over a year now. So that is where starting to fight their own demons. We've seen even in the past teams like Team Forever, currently Newman Forever, and even the likes of Orangutan, such big mammoths, they've also crumbled. I feel like Team Bliss, they're going through that same phase.
It is going to happen, man.
Of course.
A lot of these names that struggle to make later stages of the tournament. Can also be RTG. It's one of those lineups that's been there in the struggle out of the space for such a long time. And their best team, the official tournament to the final. Unfortunately, they always crash out. Always grab. Hold on. It's already struck. Even
I'm what Forever doing right. This is the old Newman Forever. You walk it up down for the round. This Newman Forever that knows how to fight back. After Omega leading, reckoning, clean trouble, the last surviving member. What does he do? How does he remedy this hemorrhage that has happened? Because it was reckoning just passing by, and Newman Forever waiting for them. At this point, I'm pretty sure they might want to hurt him down. And as the circle shifts away, Team Bliss, this time right at the smack center of the circle, with Orangutan still having quite a promising position to themselves.
It's been a while since we've seen such an action-packed game of Vikendi. Off the rip, things started off in quite a heaty manner, and then you move on forward towards Reckoning Esports now, just getting picked off like this. Man, it just blows. Reckoning Esports received so many punches in the gut to the point now they just can't recover. And for Newman Forever, they're already doing way too good in the overall standings. It's another big threat inside of the lobby. And Newman Forever, considering they're doing so good, they're not going to back away from the fights at all. They can go for the risk like that. And here you go. The last man as well, he gets snuffed out.
Omega is pretty much on a warpath. The way he's been playing, especially today. The first game, he was nigh unstoppable. And even in this game, he's brimming with confidence. Time and again, Newman Forever have been having such a great day in the office. But look at this, Sarkar Gaming, suddenly in a whole world of trouble. Anonymous already taken down. Sarkar still trying to lob that grenade, but it is against a formidable Versatile. And Somraj having that ban wielded on him. Is he trying to just hit that grenade? Whatever the case is, Silly Esports suddenly decide to third party in this fight.
They indeed do. Versatile Esports, they're constantly tossing out the utils. Even for them, Raiden's knocked out. They do want to get the fallen man back on his feet. Anonymous is still knocked out, by the way, crawling to safety. Versatile, they haven't really put that nail in the coffin yet. They need to get the confirmation followed up. Utilities being tossed as well as Sarkar is still alive inside of that one single house. The confirmation follows up. Versatile back on the feet as all the four players.
I do not know, man. I'm starting to get worried about Sarkar Gaming. Both these players quite alienated from each other. And then these smoke screens just making matters worse. As Versatile, this time want to isolate Kana first. as Infinity. He tosses up that grenade. Does not make its mark though, but still enough to apply some heavy pressure. As look at this, Somraj and Infinity pushing things through. Both these players want to take him down as Aquanox and Raiden. They've got their eyes fixated onto it, Sarkar. Look at the amount of smokes that have been deployed, and suddenly out of nowhere, Hero Xtreme Godlike, they decide to charge in.
I like this. Godlike being the opportunistic bunch. Tossing in the utilities, going for the confirmations as well. This third party can be perfect. It all comes down to the timing. Utilities are being lobbed, but they're not able to find any sort of success. Simp is constantly tossing in utils in that same vicinity. And eventually, Simp will find something. Admino as well pushes on forward. He takes down Kana.
At this point, Versatile still not giving up on their endeavors of establishing absolute dominance. As now Admino and Simp, two players surviving from Hero Xtreme Godlike. As now they're cornered. Versatile having all that avenue to somehow surround them, and Infinity is starting to get a little restless. Even for Somraj, he's just making sure that he still keeps applying that pressure. Because Hero Xtreme Godlike, Versatile, Sarkar Gaming, everybody is fighting for this compound, which is quite an important one in order to secure the chicken dinner. And there you have it. Admino getting knocked out in this very situation. It all rests on Nimb's, in fact, Sim's nimble shoulder.
It indeed does. There's even Metal Esports in the back lines now wanting to partake. Utilities are being tossed in, even from the side of Metal Esports, but they're not going to find the mark just yet. Admino is still knocked out, by the way, and Sim does not want to go for the revive. He's got a lot of those second thoughts in the mind. As the revival comes into fruition, Admino will spring back to life. And now for Godlike, they do want to find the escape opportunity, but it seems like it's going to be next to enough. And looking at the way Simp as well is repositioning himself around the compound, he does find the first two strikes, and those are going to be quite the brutal ones. Fatal blows handed out to the players of Versatile, and now it seems like it's going to be next to impossible to recover from those.
Trouble in paradise already for Versatile. Two players already getting taken down, and Simp, he is staging an epic comeback. And there you have it, spotting Somraj out as another one goes down. Brings this fight to a 1v4, and this could be an interesting one. And now Simp still has to somehow reposition himself with pressure being applied from Team Metal, as also they decide to join the fray. As Hero Xtreme Godlike, Simp finally falls, but quite a valiant effort from his side as Versatile. Infinity, that one player still surviving, quickly needs to get the revives back, but that's not going to happen as shots come in from the backlines. It is going to be Avi that takes Versatile out of the picture.
WindGod finding the right window of opportunity. And as they strike down the players of Versatile Esports, they're going to take an exit from the lobby as well. For Silly Esports, they've got their own troubles brimming up. WindGod, not in quite a good of a spot. Quite exposed towards these streets. Utilities being tossed in as well constantly, and it's going to find the re-knock, maybe not. The man patched himself up in the nick of time, but the constant barrage of util, that's really making the players of WindGod quite weak.
Look at this, Orangutan trying to get inside the circle, trying to inch in. But here comes the response fire from WindGod. A team that does not want to shy away from anything, but a lot of pressure is being applied and has come down to their final surviving member, Rex. And he has also been put down to his misery. As WindGod take an early exit, Medal establishing absolute domination over this place. Especially having all four of their players alive, and Sahil OP. 5 finishes to this young lad's name, and seems like Orangutan, they're being kept at bay.
Metal Esports, just look at the amount of vicinity they have to play with. They've got the entire zone control, by the way. This seems like it is going to be their game. It is Metal Esports' world, and all the other teams are just living in it. Metal Esports, a few steps away from conquering this land of Vikendi. As always, from the side of Newman Forever, he's going for that med strat. He wants to be there in the top 3 of the game.
Oh, he certainly wants to. At this very point, Team Metal Esports, 43 points secured already out of this game. And if they get the chicken dinner at 10 more, that will increase their tally. But this is it. Orangutan is starting to lose their patience, and this time they want to instigate this attack against Metal Esports as Sahil. deciding to run back to cover once again. Same goes for Top Dog. A beautiful grenade gets that opener on towards AK. This is exactly what Medal Esports were waiting for, and this is where they need to cash in.
A few more utils tossed in as well, but they're not able to find the mark. Considering they've already found the opener, that's exactly what Medal Esports was searching for. And now Top Dog up close and personal against his problem as he pulls out the TBS. And this can be the exact weapon he needs to try and deal with it.
Top Dog still trying to bob and weave. Still trying to make sure that he does not make any negative movement. And this is what I was scared about. Atanki is usually the one who terrorizes the lobby the way he's been playing. At this point, WindGod does come into his aid, but is it a little too late as Sahil OP, the grenade doing the deed over there, silly out of nowhere. They also decide to third party on the players of Orangutan as Medal Esports slowly but surely, they keep on taking down the players of OG, and now they have also been wiped out. It has finally come down to these two teams, Silly Esports against Medal Esports.
Silly Esports with the man deficit isn't looking too nice. They do want to get the revival on the fallen player. Ranveer too with the vehicle right next to him. What kind of shenanigans would Silly Esports want to pull off? Because the entire zone, it shifted right in the court of Medal Esports. The only way Silly can come out on top if they find the opener. But how can they? The entire land is covered with smokes. It's blocking their visual.
At this point, I'm starting to wonder if Oves can somehow detect Akshu. Because he's right beside him, and Silly Esports have the contingency plan on as Oves almost had took down that player. Inferno still turning back, and then he gets the better out of Oves. But now suddenly trouble in paradise once again for Team Silly as Ranveer and Hydru, two players surviving. It is a 2-on-4 situation. As of now, as Hydru still hiding inside the smoke, did want to toss that grenade, but to no avail. As it has come down to that one last player, Ranveer, and now he has to somehow pull off an epic 1v4.
Man deficit on the side of Silly Esports. Just one last man standing. You can't really do a lot in this scenario. Final glimmer of hope. Backs against the wall as well. That's the wall of death this time around. It's going to have no mercy. It will do so much damage that Ranveer, he will only have two options. Either go for the fight or give his life away. And he chooses the second option.
He certainly does. And with that, for Team Medal Esports, they have done this once again. Script that epic comeback. Get that chicken dinner for themselves. And they would be sailing ahead, already crossing that 50 mark after this. But for Silly Esports also, 6 finishes in this one. A second position finish isn't too shabby. They're also going to be collecting quite a lot of their points. But for Newman Forever, another consistent game. A lot of finishes. A third position exit. This will definitely satiate that hunger. But for Medal Esports, quite an important game considering this was supposed to be their last one, and loved how they performed in this one, especially knowing when the right time was there.
Yeah.
He knew when, the players in fact knew when Versatile and Godlike were at the weakest. And there you have it, Akshu getting snuffed out, still manages to secure a knock, and he will get a finish out of this one.
That's going to be that +1 the man needed right before Medal Esports. What a banger game this was. Securing so many eliminations, a nuclear performance indeed. 23 points from this game itself, Medal Esports. They desperately needed this nuclear performance. They got it, and now they've got a nice cushion inside of the top 16.
Oh, they surely have. And such a huge sigh of relief for Medal Esports, if you are their fan, because we were starting to get concerned. We were also talking about the redemption story of Paradox and Encore. They had to rebuild the squad once again, get Top Dog in, and then also the inclusion of Sahil Hopi, who in fact was the best player inside the lobby in this particular game. He had around, what, 5-6 plus finishes?
He had 10 finishes.
10.
Single-handedly had 10 finishes. He was just mowing down the lawns with the enemies. He was like the cleanup crew right there. Single man just doing the job for his team, securing 10 eliminations. That was intense from the side of Silo P. But this is the sort of performance you expect from a banner like Medal Esports, right? You try and compare the past as well for Medal Esports with the way they kicked things off in the round 1. We did not expect Medal Esports to make it this far because they barely qualified to the round 2. But then inside of the round 2, we saw that glimmer of hope igniting. And from the round 2 itself, in the round 3, the conversion was pretty fluid, even inside of the semifinals. Now this team is doing much better.
I think for Medal Esports, this has to be a recovery and a half, especially with what they've learned from their past mistakes. again, like restructuring, reforming the squad in such short span of time and impressing everybody, even themselves. Quick look once again at the winner chicken dinner moment. I think the decisive fight had to be Medal Esports taking down the final players of Hero Xtreme Godlike, and that fight against Orangutan, that pretty much put a ring on it, and they pretty much knew after they won this fight, this chicken dinner was theirs.
Yeah, Medal Esports was pretty much lucky as well, considering the zone just panned right on top of them, and the entire zone was in their control. No one could even dare to steal it away. All the other teams in the front lines, they had the man deficit, and Silly Esports is also one of those. Even OG tried to take a head-on-head collision. I think he found the first strike, but still it did not really matter because the cover fire, it was phenomenal from the side of Medal Esports, and considering they had the zone advantage too, so it also works in as quite a good mental.
What could have been a good 4v4 fight? That is where Silly Esports also decide to meddle their feet. They out of nowhere decided to also take down the players of OG, and suddenly everything went to disarray for them, and they were kind of struggling to find some air, especially for OG in that situation, because two players were fighting with Medal and two players were really trying to provide cover fire, but Silly out of nowhere. But again, for Silly Esports, quite a decent outing, to be honest. They've also been one of those outliers who've been impressing us time and time again. Round 1, round 2, round 3, being the beacon of consistency, and this time also nothing less from them.
And how can you forget Simp too, almost pulling off that 1-on-4. Unfortunately, a third party came into play and just denied that entire 1-on-4. But still, man, with the way Simp was trying to play in that entire moment, if he would have pulled off that 1-on-4, it would have been one of the most iconic moments inside of the game, hands down. And even for Godlike, this game was desperately needed. But unfortunately for Godlike, still they're struggling to find those points.
Hero Xtreme Godlike made the right decision. I felt like the timing was a little off. They should have let the fight between Sarkar Gaming and Versatile really come to the end, and then that is where they should have decided to charge in. But clearly out of options, it felt like for them, as Orangutan also 13 points out of this game. Nothing really concerning. Newman, they have been on a beautiful run. 9 points out of this game. Inferno Squad, I think not the best of the games, but still considering the fact that they were unfazed in that fight against Team X-Pac, goes on to speak volumes about how good this squad was.
Exactly, man. I mean, the point standings pretty much state it all, right? You flip the page and you're going to see a few upsets. We had a lot of expectations from Reckoning Esports 2 in this game itself, but getting 0 points, that's a big sign of concern considering Reckoning Esports faced off their foes quite early in the game. Even Hyderabad Hydras, they faced off against OG, and even that did not really work out that well considering they got 0 points. And at the start of the day as well, we pretty much had our narrative set on Reckoning Esports and Hyderabad Hydras. These two teams, they need to pull off a comeback, but still for some reason, man, they just do not really make it happen right now. Even Team Blitz just getting 1 point off of that game.
Yeah, for Sarkar Gaming, Blaze, I think our concerns are becoming quite real over here. Almost half of the semi-finals done, and they've got no more matches remaining for today, and this is where they really need to go back to the drawing board and work on those things. But again, 15,000 healings in Vikendi does not really surprise me anymore. I think 3 or 4 teams had already engaged in that. We were also witnessing Always doing that. For a moment, really felt like he took one of those players down, but eventually somebody from Silly, I think it was Inferno, who turned down and took Always down in third. But for No Man Forever, again, a very good game. But when you talk about the others, I think Sarkar Gaming really need to buckle up.
Hands down, they do, man. Pretty much all the teams on the latter half of the board. Now is going to be the time, because the past round has to be a prime example. If you're going to try and delay the inevitable as much as possible, then it's just going to be striking you even much more harder, and then dealing at things, especially in the last instance, it's going to be next to impossible, because even the formidable ones have already been struck down and outside of the tournament. So you're someone who can easily be eliminated, and that's something that should be the motivating factor, that should be the driving force. But for now, considering the previous game is done and dusted, it's time for us to toss to a short commercial break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Ain't nobody fresher than a mega tasker. Talk about stronger, quicker, faster. Slider. Gonna make way for the mega tasker. Fully loaded, go the ammo. Can't get it bigger, better, that's the plan, yo. Throw a challenge and you shall know. Tap, 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 slide of ammo.
Who's winning?
Who do you think? Mega Taskers win the game at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
Move out with my baby on the side. I move out with my baby, got a style.
Seatbelt, please.
And we go right, baby, it's a long way home.
The new Xtreme 160R4V, the fastest 160cc. Challenge the Xtreme.
मम्मी का फोन है एक मिनट किसी और को बात करनी है क्या मम्मी से टेक 63 आउच आई एम नॉट डूइंग दिस 300
यार ये एक्सूट इतने कूल है लेकिन अगर शूट ही नहीं होगा तो दुनिया को कैसे पता चलेगा
शूट कैंसिल आना प्योर अबे बंद करो बे आंख में चुभ रहा है शूट कैंसिल
हार पूरी रात निकल गई अगर शूट ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा खत्म ही नहीं होगा तो ये
This is going to be big. This is going to be a run game. Group A and Group B take on each other, and this is where things are going to be so exciting because now this is going to be of that first semi-finals.
Exactly, the first you mentioned and gives us an idea of what teams need to do going forward to attain a position inside of the top 16. Of course, look forward to moving to the grand finale because now that is all it's all. But it's good to see Esports swift recovery coming into that match. Yeah,
especially Sarkar finishes the name with comment. So it really felt like there's just another player before he really shown in this game. But for Medal Esports, I think they would feel quite comfortable. Well, their games are already over. They can sit back and relax and prepare for tomorrow. But I think concerns still in the department of Sarkar Gaming. And at this point, it feels really bad, Johnny, that every single time they somehow make it inside the semis, but then they eventually mess up.
And we don't know what really the reason behind this is, right? I mean, because it seems like not a lot of changes made into their play style, even though there should have been. And if you feel like you want to change your device, check out the iQOO 12, ladies and gentlemen. Amazing device with a flagship Snapdragon 8 Gen 3 processor that allows you to play the game to the maximum abilities. Of course, the Xtreme Plus is also going to be available along with 120 watt flash charge fixes. How quickly can you come back into the game with that? Extremely quickly, right?
I'll tell you the exact numbers. In 10 minutes from 0 to 50. That is how fast this phone is, and you can get a full charge in just 25 minutes.
And by the way, this man is saying all of that because he
I
has
own
one.
this phone.
Exactly. Has had it for the last few months, if I believe, right?
Yes,
and you've been adamant about it's one of the best things you ever did.
I've been selling this phone to you ever since.
Yeah.
If you want a flagship phone at a very good price, this is the phone to go. And we've been running also another giveaway out of which you can head on to Google and search for iQOO 12. But before that, let's take a look at the overall standings where Newman Forever sitting at the top of the hill, 76 points, the epitome of consistency. This team.
Newman has been amazing, to be honest. And I'm quite surprised seeing them at the top because I did not expect them to dominate this much. Really shaky, but second position seems like the Limra that all of us were missing is finally back in action. TWOB, dropped from the first position to the third, but who cares? They're still in the top 8, right? Same goes for Xpark, Medal Esports, as we were talking about it. The start of the day, it left a lot lacking. left.
Luster.
Yeah.
When they run in the BGI so far. And surely nothing less than a chicken dinner should suffice for them in this one. And we have seen them completely being quite lackluster throughout the semis. Who knows, they might recover in this one. For Hyderabad, Hydras also, and for the likes of RTGxIND. Points really coming up. We've seen Newman Forever also doing that. We've seen some variations also, but then again, when you take a look at Sahil OP, he has been just so phenomenal. I mean, you talk about him, he's been pretty much silent throughout the tournament. It has usually been Paradox and Top Talk, but Sahil OP, this particular game, hitting that 10 finishes mark, it is something out of the blue.
It was definitely quite an incredible sight to witness, right? I mean, towards the end game as well, we saw the match coming to a close, and it was still like an awestruck moment for everyone. But then again, I mean, this momentum needs to be carried forward into tomorrow and into the day after as well. And of course, if you can carry it all the way towards the Grand Finals, there could be nothing better. But hey, player spotlight for Sahil OP from the side of Medal Esports. 16 finishes. It is 1859 damage dished out. Let's see how things are going to turn out in the next few matches he plays.
And out of all the games that he has played in the semi so far, look at it. 10 finishes just came out of that weekend game.
Yeah.
So finally for him to also somehow resurrect inside this entire tournament, I think that is definitely going to bolster up Medal Esports' morale at this point, because him being the latest addition, he had a lot to prove. And for who knows, this game could be so instrumental for Medal Esports and their efforts in trying to make it inside of the Grand Finals and break that curse once again.
You know, we should have expected this from Sahil. Because his full name over there was Sahil OPAF. Yeah, no one. And hope up with the big numbers.
Finally, it does not feel like Medal Esports are looking dull or somewhere in the middle order. They look like they want to fight.
Yes. Exactly, but let's see how this match is going to turn out, ladies and gentlemen. The last game of the day, the map of Wrangle, and here we go. Right, one more time. It is the map of Wrangle in front of us, and this time, since it's you and me fixes, we always get those weird flight paths to deal with. This one leans heavily towards the southern half of the map, starting between Novorepnoy and Milta Power and going towards Query. East to west, it's going to be the direction of the plane, and of course, as we already mentioned, the flight path, it heavily prioritized the southern half of the map. Anything beyond Pochinki, off limits.
This is going to throw us such a big wrench to the works of so many of the other teams, especially the ones going up north. This is where Georgie is so far. You've got Yasnaya, Pollyanna, Rozok really out of reach. Even Lipovka, Mansion. We're going to see so much of those early fights. But our eyes will be fixated on where the circle forms. Because imagine if the circle goes way up north, maybe towards Georgie or shooting range. This match is going to be fun.
Yeah, it is definitely going to be fun indeed. But you know who it's going to be the most fun for? MOGO Esports. The last time also they had a circle towards that military base. Unfortunately, they missed out on the opportunity to strike and secure that big chicken dinner. And it happened today itself. This time around, at least the flight path favors them. So they will have a comfortable drop and a comfortable start to the early stages of the game. The question is, will the zone favor them again? And another question is, will they be able to convert this game? Because MOGO Esports, we are yet waiting to see that big performance from MOGO Esports, their charm, their aura, it's completely missing from the maps.
I think it was just that game of Miramar where we saw some glimpses of it.
Yeah.
They got a lot of finishes to their name, around I think 12 finishes. Failed to get the chicken dinner because we're really out of the options. But the previous game, we had a southern circle for them when MOGO Esports were inside the lobby. But seems like another fight over here. Team Dragons taking on Versatile Esports. And it looks like to be a 2-on-2 situation. Addy coming to provide aid for his teammate, but eventually realizes that Somraj has got a big weapon on him.
Yeah, has the weapon, but no ammunition, so he needs to be careful and extremely efficient with every shot he takes. Infinity as well with the Uzi. Actually can find the opening against Night King. Has the utility upon him as well. Even with the numbers advantage, they can try and play it around. The nade goes out, but It won't really connect. Oh, they're trying to force Night King into a very awkward position. Even Night King has found an AR to work with, so it's not going to be an easy fight. Now the players are versatile. They're pushing around the corner all together with the SMGs, and they find the knock. Night King confused as to what he needs to do, and he gets knocked and finished. That's the first frag of the game, and versatile. Extremely versatile with how they pick these fights, to be honest.
Look at how they had to tuck their tails and run.
Yeah.
Seems like they were a little late to the party. Had they come in 5 seconds earlier, things could have been completely different. But this is something that we had anticipated, and something that is quite enjoyable in this game is going to be the circle, Johnny. Because as anticipated, it has gone up north.
Yeah.
Another hybrid one to follow up at it, and could be somewhere around that shooting range, or maybe could eventually come down to the defaulty south Yasnaya circle that we've seen.
Well, let's see though. I mean, it's going to be intense nonetheless. If we get those Yasnaya farms, right? Those
that's going to be fun. That
farms,
open fields,
yeah, it's amazing.
We had it yesterday also.
Yeah. I mean, today I think I enjoyed the Erangel circles throughout the day, to be honest. They've been quite phenomenal, forcing these teams into action.
So this is what I wanted to talk about. So for MOGO Esports, every single time they get a southern circle, they somehow manage to mess it. You would have noticed, right? I've seen numerous times we get a southern circle and everybody is of the belief that MOGO Esports, they are the favorites to get the chicken. And then something or the other goes awry and that chicken dinner goes in water. So for MOGO Esports, they really need to work on their southern zones. Because we have seen MOGO Esports get success in circles which are actually further away from them.
Yeah.
If you notice and how their playstyle really is, we know that this team loves to engage in those fights, and I want to see more of that from MOGO.
It's not just you, man. It's me as well. I just feel like because of how they are playing, and it's not just them, because of how MOGO, 8-Bit, Hero Xtreme, Godlike, Carpediem, Hyderabad, Hydras, the dip in performance from these big names, it just feels like every single aggressive team has just completely gone missing. God bless TWOB because they have just picked up the pace. They utilize, there's a lot of empty space available for them to pick up fights, and they're utilizing to perfection. X-Park is never going to slow down because, well, it's X-Park and Lightning needs to strike every time they are there. So that team is never going to back off. So that has been amazing. But, I mean, this is not the usual MOGO Esports 8-Bit. They're not being their usual selves. Could be the fact that they're prepping for the finals, could be the fact they're trying out new things, or just getting everyone to believe, hey, we are underconfident, hey, we are not confident in our skills, we are not really willing to fight. And once you show them in the finals, maybe then they start bashing everyone's faces in from game one itself. Could be that as well. I mean, Destro is an evil mastermind, man. You never know what he's thinking.
You know, so this is where that argument really comes in. What happened to them in round 3?
Oh,
because
yeah.
They barely scraped through, right at the 24th position. One more point deficit and they could have crashed out, and Gujarat Tigers would have seen the day of the semi. So for MOGO Esports, the concerns are, to be honest, quite real, especially even becomes bigger after the inclusion of S-Power inside the roster. We felt that he's going to add that extra punch, and there have been those matches where we've seen him perform. But if you ask me, have MOGO Esports been consistent? The answer has to be no.
All right, so I don't know if I should say this or not, but I'm still going to go for it. Fixes, are you superstitious?
Yes, of course.
All right, so, I mean, MOGO Esports, they're fighting against the spirits themselves, man.
With spirits?
There was something said about 3 teams making it to the finals. 2 of them already eliminated super early. MOGO Esports, they're fighting against destiny right now. They're fighting against fate. Every single player for MOGO Esports is basically Hercules right now in the depths of Tartarus, and Hades is trying to block their way.
And how do they free themselves?
They barely managed to qualify. They can't free themselves, right? The challenges
so their fate is sealed?
No, the challenges of Hercules are what made Hercules one of the greatest heroes of the Greek mythology. If MOGO Esports, they actually pull it off and they win this tournament, man, it is going to be epic indeed. So that's the one reason why I want MOGO to go all the way.
We all do, especially considering they are the runners-up of the previous BMPS 23. So would be a shame to not see them in the grand finals, because you talk about heartbreaks, it has happened, because the winners in the defenders of the BMPS, they crashed out of the tournament, and we've seen a lot of following through, and yes, superstition have to be there, Johnny, at a certain point. But quite important as discussed this time, round to Chinky. And things, they're not really moving away from Puchiri. They're taking sweet time to loot. Will we see a lead back coming from their side?
I mean, let's see. But since we're talking about superstitions, right? There's also a superstition that is stuck in the BGMI community for a long time. That who does well in the semi-finals of a tournament absolutely bombs the final and fails to even break into the fight. Do you think that could be one of the reasons why we are all of the big names, the title contenders, actually not doing well? Because they're forcing themselves to just like be in the middle pack and not really take the first position.
So that's the answer, right? You need to be around the middle pack.
Yeah.
But just stay somewhere around the 4th, 5th position and things should look good as Reckoning, this time hunting down the players of WindGod, who apparently were having a really good game of Vikendi till they were stalled down. But now look at Savitar. Oh my goodness. For a second, I could not believe my eyes. Coming in for the rescue of guys. Why pretty much done?
Well, I mean, yeah, that was a rally, but you could also say that it was a bait because Viper knew the moment he was being right in the face of man from the side of WindGod. And had anyone from the side of WindGod been support Savitar, this would have been a 2-player knock for the second Esports. That was just a quick 1-2 coming in. But luckily for running Esports, WindGod did not have numbers. They do get one frag early system and they go down towards the north of the map. Free control easily in. He's going to revive. But we were talking about this of that previous match. Sahil OPF from Middle East. So I'm going to say the whole thing every time.
Look at him. 10 finishes to his name. Not a lot of damage numbers, especially when you compare it with finishes, but it does not matter. You're still getting those 10 finishes added to your individual tally. But when you take a look at the other top players, you also have the usual suspects. AKOP over there, Omega. RTGxIND's Arib this time does make it inside the list. So that's a good thing though. But now you can witness one thing, Johnny. A lot of these teams are making those quick rotations. And still, we are in two minds as to where does that circle take that hard shift. Because does it come down or does it go up the hills of Stalber towards those western areas, especially those compounds where WindGod are? That could be quite a pivotal position.
Yeah, it is going to be exciting. I mean, the entirety of that Stalber Hill, I've always said this, it's one of my favorite terrains inside of the whole game across all maps. That hill design is just phenomenal. That step formation that you have, it gives you so much breathing room mid-fights for readjustments, but you also have to be careful to cover up your flanks. An opportunity to take a fight, an opportunity to reset. If you play your cards right, and if you have the numbers, of course, to work with. And right now, RTGxIND, I mean, if the zone takes that eastern shift, or as you mentioned, towards where the players of WindGod are, I think these two teams can definitely capitalize. RTGxIND and Reckoning Esports, who are trying to close in from that wide eastern rotation. I think these two teams will hold the upper hand. But on our screens right now, we have the players of Hyderabad Hydras. And Hyderabad Hydras, again, another one of those big names that we expected a lot from. Yesterday was decent. They ended the day on the 15th position. But today, yeah, it's not been great at all. They started the day with 19 points on the board. And as of now, Hydras is there with 23. So in all the matches that they played today, in the previous 3 games, they have got points.
And that is a cause of concern. The Hyderabad Hydras, especially, again, those tremors really through. They've been wounded previously also in the BGIS 24. We saw them struggle inside of the semis to miss on the Grand Finals, which actually held it in Hyderabad. And this time, again, step closer to their team, but seems like still quite tough. Hyderabad Hydras, we haven't seen cohesion. We haven't seen them play as an entire team, and always getting caught off guard during rotations has been such a huge cause of concern. But if you do not want any sorts of concern while you're gaming, do check out the iQOO 12 out, who of course are our official smartphone partner. And we were talking about the giveaway also. A little bit of a giveaway coming in there from Hulk side as he laid in punk down those bullets. As the Xtreme Godlike with nowhere to be found in the close vicinity. So Punk left to win for himself.
The lone wolf, the IPL of Hero Xtreme Godlike now. To prove if he can buy himself enough time to allow his teammates to close in. It's not going to be easy as the players of Ignite Gaming. They're closing in one by one. Punk takes a lot of damage from that nade. Not really being able to survive, but from the flank fixes the cover fire. It's brilliant. Simp and Admino put together. Takedown. 2 players from the side of Ignite Gaming, and even Punk is left standing and he runs down. What an incredible moment. Hero Xtreme Godlike. They handle this fight without even breaking a sweat. Making quick work of the players of Ignite Gaming. 3 lads knocked out. And the finishes are being secured by Hero Xtreme Godlike. This is not going the way Ignite Gaming thought they would. They just got pranked.
Their worst nightmares literally came true. Especially how good Hero Xtreme Godlike were in this situation. Sublime stuff. That cover fire coming in from Admino and Simp at the right nick of time. But now, Hero Xtreme Godlike, they still know, not out of harm's way yet. You could see Team Dragons also lurking around, but did you notice one thing?
Yeah.
Punk was trying to inject himself with that first aid and had not completely gotten it.
Yeah.
Still has the cojones to step down and get that knock against a full HP player. That is how good Punk has been in this tournament. Another contender for that iQOO MVP for the start of the day, sitting at 40 plus finishes already. So far, did not have a good time, but this time, he's managed to redeem himself.
Oh man, I mean, it is just incredible. You have one of your players already sitting at the top of that top fragger list. Another one just outside of the top 5, waiting to enter the top 5. And the IGL himself is also made into the list of the iQOO MVP top contenders. I mean, no wonder everyone was hailing Hero Xtreme Godlike as one of the favorites to move into the finals. And of course, they are proving it in this game as well. Man, I missed an opportunity to just say you've been punked, but would you get that reference, Fixes?
Not to my recent memories, but if you would love to elaborate, then...
It's a very old show that used to be there when I was growing up. I was a little kid.
Okay, we'll talk about that.
There's a camera. There. You've been punked. That's what they need to do, man. If they pull off moves like that, that's what I would do on all chat to the team that I finished off.
I mean, if we could have a specific emote around Punk like that, saying you've been punked.
Oh,
I mean, we've been having those voice lines, right? If someday we get to see Punk's voice lines, love for him to say. And now Hero Xtreme Godlike, they're just continuing their onslaught. The final player getting taken down, Ignite Gaming. They bow out. So far, for Ignite, to be honest, considering day number 1, we've seen a little bit of a dip down in day 2. They haven't seen the usual. And another thing is that they're not playing with Aizen anymore. Having him replaced with Sarkar at such a crucial junction of this tournament will definitely raise a lot of questions into what they really want to accomplish.
I do agree with all of that work out the whole time for the side of Ignite Gaming. But also, they have 44 points on the leaderboard. So relatively in a safer position. I think the luxury was theirs and they utilize it to the fullest. Hopefully, once they return tomorrow, we're going to see them back in their old form. Because I do not want this new team to be kicked out this early from this tournament, right? They were absolutely phenomenal in qualifying from one stage to the next. Consistent throughout. And it's been an ups and downs that we've witnessed in the semifinals. But hopefully, they can recover. But hey, look at the shift of the circle between Yasnaya and Stalva. Man, this game is about to get chaotic.
You know, that is why I was smiling. Your wishes have been granted, Johnny. And this time we're going to get that Stalva Hill circle. And look at that migration pouring in from that western side, that influx. So many teams into the mix. And there you have it. Hero Xtreme Godlike, they wanted to get themselves out of that rough situation. And eventually had to meet their foes in the form of Phoenix Esports. One of their players already taken down. And I think no time to sorrow. At this point, no time to mourn for Godlike. They have to cut their losses and